Hello, gamers. Hello. 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 If you can hear this, I'm speaking to you, and only to you, directly to you. Okay, so I tried to do this thing where I started the stream and then immediately had to do 3 minutes of ads, thinking that that would mean there would not be an ad break at the start of the stream if I do that. And yet it's telling me ads are starting in 2 minutes. It's telling me more ads are starting in 2 minutes. Now, I don't know if pressing snooze on this will mean that we get to wait the hour, but for whatever reason, I will attempt to do this. Ads are snooze for 5 minutes. Okay, so apparently ads are going to be starting in like 5 minutes no matter what I do. For no reason. For no reason. I pressed the button to have ads run immediately when I started the stream. And now it's telling me ads will run again. I tried. I seriously tried. I tried. I can't with Twitch. I can't. That's me. Twitch will get their ad money. Apparently. Apparently. Are we ready to do some more Chaos Head routes? I was wondering to myself, I was like, okay, I'm home. I got time to stream. Do we want to do Chaos Head? Do we want to do Halo? And I'm like, okay, well, we're on a good streak with Chaos Head. We only have like 3 more streams we got to do for Chaos Head, and then we're done. So, you know, we could do a Sena route tonight, a Remy route some other night, and then the true ending, the finale of Chaos Head Noah. And then we might do like some bonus meme stuff where we go around to get whatever CGs are missing or whatever like bonus scenes we have not seen yet. We might do that kind of deal. So at least 3, maybe 4, depending on how long that process will take for the bonus meme stuff. But we will essentially be done with Chaos and Noah this week. We'll be done with it. We'll be done with it. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. We will have completed the very first of the Science Adventure series. I've now just realized I've not switched over to my camera scene. This is a thing that I have now realized. Give me 1 second. Shit, what did I just press? Is everything fucked? Nothing is fucked, dude. Nothing is fucked. Hello. Hello, gamers. How are you doing? Stay right here. Stay right here, microphone. Right there. Don't move. Don't move. Okay. How you doing today, Shadow? How's your day been? What have you been up to? Let me turn on the AC. All right. Are we ready to go? Wait a minute. I didn't do this beforehand. I will do this now. There we go. I have to get used to forcing myself to do the Twitch, not the Twitch, the OBS studio mode to ensure that things are ready before we switch into the scene, because that would be appropriate to do. That would be appropriate to do. Wait, preview stream. Okay, so that means you guys are not in that stream. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. Okay. That is interesting. So when I switch to this scene, will it look like it did not switch to that scene? I thought it's supposed to. Wait. Does it not do that? If I do this, do I have to press this transition button? Interesting indeed. I was just talking to myself in the middle of that starting soon screen, realizing that you could not hear me during that starting soon screen because I set it up like that on purpose, if I so chose, and I did so chose. I was saying to myself that it's interesting when I look at that scene, the starting soon scene in my studio mode, the thing that will like preview what the scene you're switching to looks like before you actually switch into it, it will look like the video is not playing. You know, the video, the animation video does not play until you actually go into the scene, because I probably have it set to deload the video when you're not actually in the scene. I was saying that that's interesting. After my failure yesterday, I tried yet again to fully grasp Mega Man Zero's controls as my brain can't handle it. Good luck to you with that adventure. We believe in you. That's starting this Friday. One second. For reference, it's kind of like Mega Man X, but you have two weapons at the same time that you have to you have a charge option, and that's just too much for me, and the game has awful keyboard support. Damn. You need a controller. Get a controller. Do you have... Wait, I'm assuming you have a controller, right? Of some kind? Yeah, like this deal? I'm assuming you have something. So today I tried to use my controller. Okay, so you do have a controller. Okay. And while my right hand feels like it's going to shatter, it actually worked. I mean, hey, if it works, it works, I guess. Again, why is it saying ad break ends in 3 minutes? There should not be an ad break. I just ran ads. I hate Twitch. I really do hate Twitch. I do. I hate it. It's a menace. It's a menace to society. Jeff Bezos. How dare you? I don't even think we can get mad at Jeff Bezos anymore for this. What's his name? Clancy? The current Twitch CEO? The fuck, man? The fuck? Twitch always wins in the end. They always win. They always get their cut. They always get their cut. Pulling in my phone. I forget if I mentioned this on stream yesterday or some other time. My game night group, the one that we play Dungeons and Dragons with and all that, we just finished up a campaign that we were currently doing, which is Lex Arcana, which is like a Roman role-playing adventure thing. It was pretty fun. But we finished that up, and they want a short campaign for us to run in between the next long campaign of something that we do, either another Dungeons & Dragons thing or something like that. So usually that means it's my turn, because I run the Call of Cthulhu campaigns for the group. So I have to set up a Call of Cthulhu campaign. Now, sometimes in the past, with some of the campaigns I've run for them, none of the people there watch anime at all. So typically, I've run some campaigns that are based on some animes that I've seen. And I did this with Call of Cthulhu at 1.2. Specifically, I ran a campaign with them based on the anime Shiki, a very amazing vampire anime, which I'm sure Shadow has not seen, but it will be amazing when I show you it one of these times. It will be amazing. Speaking of anime, once I'm done with all the video project shit for the Jotaka Network rebranding, we gotta get back on the fucking Dragon Ball grind. Alright, we're not done with the Cell Saga yet. What the hell, man? We gotta get on that shit at some point. Not like a lot, but like a little bit sometimes. We also haven't been keeping up with a lot of the seasonals, but again, that was mostly just a problem on my end with being busy with all that stuff. It's not even really the fact that I've been streaming more often, it's the fact that I'm also trying to work on all the rebranding shit, too. Like, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But once I'm done with that, things will settle, and we'll find, like, a nice balance with that kind of stuff, I think. But anyways, I have to plan the next Call of Cthulhu campaign, and sometimes I like to plan them based on some of the anime or stuff that I consume. Or, like, get inspiration from them, at least. Which is fair. They all do the same kind of thing with their campaign, but, like, different kinds of books and stuff, too. So, I thought it'd be funny, because I've been reading we've been doing Umineko lately, for the Anime Book Club. That'd be a cool thing to do a campaign based on. A Call of Cthulhu campaign based on Umineko. So, I'm trying to plan out... Obviously, it's going to be heavily different than how the Umineko story goes, because you have players involved directly. So I'm going to have to alter the story. It's going to have to be a much shorter story than the whole 8-episode deal. It's going to have its own separate, like, mystery, like, murder mystery stuff going on with it. But the central premise, the Cthulhu kind of aspect of it, the horror, supernatural thing, is going to be like the Beatrice fucking with people type deal. It's going to be that kind of thing. And I'm considering having them also be stuck in a time loop. They end up somehow going back in time and arriving at the island as they're detectives themselves, and then they would be arriving at the island. I considered the idea of trying to find a way to make it so that one of the people in the group is actually the killer, and they may or may not be aware of it. So, the DM committed a sin 6 years ago. What is it? You know? I mean, but yeah. A lot of that stuff is going to be tricky, though, because we have not finished Umineko. So I don't know what kind of setup secrets within Umineko might be important to, like, take inspiration from for, like, some of the answers later on. Like, what Battler's Sin was, and, like, what is the exact answer of the epitaph riddle, which I am definitely going to incorporate. Maybe not the exact epitaph, but I will incorporate a version of it. And I would want it to be something that they could potentially solve, you know, within whatever altered version of the events that I do. But I also need to make changes slightly, because I also want it, again, to be a fun, interactive time for them. I don't want this to just be like I'm going to tell you the story of Umineko and your characters are just going to suffer through it. No, we want it to be interactive with them. We want them to be able to try to investigate and try to solve these mysteries themselves. I do want to try to find a cool way to incorporate the red text. That would be cool as well. So I'm juggling around these ideas about how I'm going to structure this. And it's going to be interesting. I'm considering, I think I'm going to want them to go back in time to witness and meet the Ushiromiya family firsthand and witness the murders happen firsthand. But I'm considering whether or not I want it to, like, get episodic, in which case, you know, where the first set of murders happens and then they go back in a loop again and then the next set of murders happens. I'm considering whether or not I want to do it like that. If I do, it would not be like 8 episodes long, because Call of Cthulhu campaigns are typically shorter. And with Call of Cthulhu campaigns, there's only, like, well, you can survive. It can be hard for most people, for everybody in the party to survive. But your main goal is to either 1, not die, and 2, not go insane. Because a big gimmick of Call of Cthulhu is all the freaky supernatural shit happening to you is like fucking with your sanity. And eventually, in some cases towards the end, you are losing a ton of sanity. And if you go under a certain amount of sanity, you're fucked, you lose. It's basically the same thing as dying if you go insane in Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu is a really fun role-playing game. I love Call of Cthulhu, running that kind of stuff. But yeah, I feel like it'd be really cool to structure something like that. Umineko-inspired Call of Cthulhu campaign. But I'll let you guys know how that goes if I do end up running. I already told them that I am going to be running a campaign. I'm just still trying to decide what exactly I want that campaign to be. So we will see. Anyways, that's enough about that. I wanted to rant about that while we were waiting for the ads to be done. The ads are done. So let's go to not Umineko. Let's go to Chaos and Noah. Let's go to Chaos and Noah, which is quiet right now. Too quiet right now. How about if I do this? There you go. There you go. I was trying to find a good photo of Sena eating the Crunchy Coon for like the thumbnail, quote unquote thumbnail I was posting around about this. I couldn't find a good one that I was satisfied with. And I didn't feel like loading up the game to find a sprite of her eating it to like take a screenshot at that point. So you got one of her with her sword, but not the same one as her with the swords before, because I think I posted that one before. So we got the Sena route, then the Remy route, and then the true ending. We're almost done. We will be done with it this week. We will be. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane to think about? Like, when did we start it? I wrote it on my chart, right? Hold on, wolfborg.com. By the way, I have to clean up how the links at the top. My website in general is kind of pretty bare bones right now, so maybe I'll adjust that a little bit. I don't need to be anything too fancy. Okay, stream games. We started Chaos and Noah in June. In June. It's about to be October. It will have taken us like 4 months. June, July, August, September. Right? And then October, but you like end at October, so maybe you don't count that? I don't know. 4 months. That's wild. Jesus. Jesus. And in the meantime, we have not been continuing Persona 3 Reload. And that's probably a much longer game. But it will require less reading from me. So that will at least make it a little easier when we do get back on that. I have a couple ideas for games that I want us to be doing later on. I think I've already said before, Danganronpa is the next official novel we do. Will be a fun time for everybody. I'm also thinking at some point in October we play Yume Nikki for the first time, because I've never played Yume Nikki, but I've always been told it's really, really good, so that'd be pretty cool to do. Persona 3 Reload only takes like 200 hours to 100%. We've been playing this game. It tells us, I think, hold on, if I press the button, it will tell us in the extra screen. We've been playing this for 61 hours. 61 hours. And if we assume it's going to take us at least 3 hours for these other ones, it's going to be another 9 hours. It's going to take us like 70 hours to beat Chaos and Noah. That's the whole thing. We do have to finish Halo 2. We will finish Halo 2 and eventually get onto Halo 3. That's definitely something that we have in mind. Jack 2. I want to play Jack 2 soon. We already finished Jack and Daxter Precursor Legacy, how you're supposed to beat it. We already went through all that. But we got Jack 2 that we can play through. Jack 3. And then there's Jack X. I've never played Daxter. I don't know if there's a way for me to play Daxter, but I would love to try out Daxter for the first time. But it was like a PSP game, so I don't know if there's a way for me to play that. Maybe there's a way for me to play that. I'd have to look into it. I've also never played Jack and Daxter The Lost Frontier. Never played that at all. But we got at least Jack 2, Jack 3, Jack X. Those are ones that we'll definitely play through at some point. But Jack 2 is like my favorite. I mean, I love playing Jack and Daxter 1. Like, gameplay-wise, I think it's fun as shit. But I think Jack 2 is like the coolest in my head. It's a whole different thing. It's a whole different thing, and I love how different it is. And I love what they set up with it. I love Jack 2. And I like Jack and Daxter 1, especially for like the speedrunning. I'm more used to it for that, and I'm used to like the 3D platforming with that. And I really love the 3D platforming that a lot more than probably Jak 2. But Jak 2 I just love with all the different changes they made with it and all the story stuff they did with it. You will see. You will see. If you've never seen or played Jak 2 before, you are in for quite an adventure. Quite an adventure with how different Jak 2 is. Jak 2, they give him a fucking gun. Not just a gun, several guns. You get guns. Locked and loaded. Jak 2. You are edgy Jak Boy in the future. For reasons. You will find out. You will find out. Alright, but we're not there yet. Right now we're playing Chaos Head Noah. Chaos Head Noah. Specifically, we're doing the Sena route tonight. Deus Ex Machina. That's what you're all here for. So, get your crunchy coons ready. And let's get started with Chaos Head Noah Sena's route. So, let me see what my precognition says for us to do. Alright, Delusion 1, negative. Delusion 2 can be negative. Shut the fuck up, Takumi. Nobody asked you. Okay, so 1 and 2 we can do negative. 8 we can do positive or neutral. So during the Phantasm performance, we'll do positive. And then I think the orgy happens. I think. I think we did yes for everything before. We'll do no for everything now. Okay. So 1 and 2, we do negative, negative. Number 8, during the Fest performance, we do positive. Chapter 3, Delusion 10, we do neutral. And then we'll get the yes-no prompts. And then the story will continue in Chapter 7. Okay. All right. All right, we're good then. All right, so not as many as the last one. Not as many annoying ones to deal with. So, okay, so the number 10 delusion is when we're with Sena on the street. Okay. All right, so we'll do negative, negative. Oh, I remember you mentioning doing the Rayman games. You're right. I completely forgot. I do want to try the Rayman games at some point. Rayman games, and you definitely got to get me with you when you do Rayman Origins. Okay. All right. We'll look into that. We'll plan that out. Definitely. I haven't played a Rayman game in so long. I remember playing... I don't even remember the name of the Rayman games, but I know I was playing some of them growing up. One of them I played on one of my, my Nintendo 64. I definitely... Was that the one? Was Rayman the one that had a green Nintendo 64 cartridge? Because I think I played that. I know I had an N64 game with it. Or was that Donkey Kong? Was Donkey Kong the green cartridge? N64 green cartridge. Hold on. Rayman! Yes, it was. Rayman... I guess it was Rayman 2. The Great Escape. I must have played that one. I must have played that one. I'm looking at it right now. Okay. Yeah, so I definitely played that one. I also played... I'm pretty sure there was a Rayman game for the Game Boy Advance SP? Rayman Game Boy. Oh, Game Boy Color. I know I played one on the Game Boy Color. And then there was, yeah, there's a Game Boy Advance game. I don't remember which Rayman games I played. All I know is that I've played them. And I remember more so the Nintendo 64 Rayman. I remember that shit. Like, I remember playing it. I don't remember fuck all about what happens. I just remember the experience. So we will play the Rayman games at some point. That would be cool to do. That'd be very cool to do. The GBA Rayman game is a port of Rayman 1. That might have been the way that I experienced Rayman 1, though. That might have been the way I experienced it. Because maybe I didn't play Rayman 1 except on that. I don't remember. There's like 20 ports of Rayman 1. Yeah, that might have been how I experienced it. Yeah, Yume Nikki would be a cool thing for us to try out at some point this month, so we're probably going to do that. When I was trying to look up how long Yume Nikki is, it sounds like we might be able to do it in one stream, if not probably 2 streams. Potentially 3, but probably 1 or 2. It doesn't seem like a very long game. So it'd be very interesting to do that one. I was also told there's like a Yume Nikki like fan project where you could play it online through like the browser called Yume Nikki Online, YNO project or something like that. Which seems like it can integrate chats and like let you play with other people with the game at the same time. I'm a little nervous about doing that because I don't know. I want to just experience the story at first. I don't really know if I want to be playing it with other people, so I don't really know how that kind of thing works. But I will definitely look into it before we decide what we're going to do for that. I know I have it on Steam. I think I heard there's some like slight differences with the Steam version, but overall it's like it's workable. So that's an idea that we got. And we can just keep doing negative until we get to the Phantasm performance here, right? You just keep doing negative until Phantasm. What else do I have on here? Technically, I still have it open for us to do Sly Cooper, but the only thing left for me to do is the time trials. I'm probably not going to want to do that at some point, but we can do some other PS2 game that I have. I have plenty of other PS2 games. So I might just mark that as complete. Unless I feel like doing the time trial stuff later on, we'll probably just assume that we're not going back to Sly Cooper 1 anytime soon. We'll probably go into Sly Cooper 2 at some point, but I have several other PS2 games we got here. We got Suikoden 3, Metal Gear Solid, Snake Eater, we got Maximo, we got Dot Hack Infection, I think. Yes, we have Valkyrie Profile 2, we have Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses. Probably Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses will be the next one we do, honestly. Honestly, it's probably going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses. And then I have a ton of other games that are for the PS2 that are on the like SD card. So, all right, Phantasma Concert, we have to do positive, which I'm pretty sure from what we did in the past triggers the like orgy scene where she just fucks us in front of the whole crowd. I'm pretty sure that's what happens. How's it going, Dango? You came just in time for the orgy. She just fucks you in like 3 seconds. This is what she does. She fucks you in front of the whole crowd of people. The whole crowd, I think, got involved with themselves too. It was a whole thing. All right, the next one is at trigger 10. So this is trigger 8. All right, this is trigger 9. So the next one we do neutral, and then we're locked in. Peak Gaming. Dango, we are talking about what potential upcoming games for me to stream next are, because we're about to be done with Chaos Head like this week. Halo 2 is not going to take us too long to play through. So we have a couple things that we've already set in mind. For the next visual novel that we eventually start, it's probably going to be Danganronpa. For what other things are we doing? Yume Nikki at some point in next month, October. So at some point we'll be doing that. Okay, here we do neutral. We do neutral here. And this might be new text, so let's pause this conversation here. Girl B looked down at me coldly. This chick wasn't normal, waving a sword around in the middle of a crowd. Wait, was she in the midst of a hit and run? Was she a spree killer? No, that was you last route. Last route, for those of you who missed it, Takumi and Kozue went on a massive killing spree throughout the whole school. Many people died. So, no, Takumi, that's not Sena, that's you. Or could she be the new gen culprit? Or the demon girl's accomplice? Okay, here we go. All right. What? Please let me ogle you more? Okay. We are supposed to do, my precognition powers are telling me, my psychic ability is telling me, we're supposed to be answering yes, 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 and no. No. All right. So we do yes, yes, yes to everything, and then no on the last one. All right. Are we ready? Hold on. Where is this? Okay. Here we go. Please let me ogle you more. Yes. If it's with this girl, I'm going to get down on my hands and knees and beg with all my heart and soul. Yes. Takumi's down bad. If given the choice, I prefer being stepped on. Takumi said yes. What would I have said? That's for the viewer to interpret. I've got nothing against a little sword play, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. You know. She's gonna kill me with that sword either way. No. No, she's not, Takumi. You? Yes as well, probably. What? 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 Okay, Takumi, what's going on here? The next thing I knew, I was trembling. Felt like I was this close to pissing myself out of sheer terror. What the hell was she talking about? I said I couldn't see it. Would she kill me? How was I supposed to answer if I didn't even know what I was supposed to be seeing? Is this a little quiet? I might have turned it down a little bit. Hold on, let me fix this. This sword, can you see it? Yeah, I see it. What? D-sword? It was the first time I'd ever heard that word. It had to be referring to the sword she was holding, but... And then we skip. Alright, now we're locked in. But it actually continues to Chapter 7, so we don't have to worry about this for a while. So we can continue our conversation about what games we're going to do next. So, you're suggesting Baldur's Gate 3. Now, I have Baldur's Gate 3, and I have not played it yet, other than, like, I think I played through the tutorial thing with a friend of mine at some point. That sounds like a whole fucking ordeal. It'd be a fun time, but it sounds like a whole fucking ordeal. Oh, god damn. How long does it take to beat Baldur's Gate 3? How long does it take to play through, like, one playthrough at least? It's gotta be a while, right? It's pretty lengthy. It'd be cool. I wonder if I'd be able to, like, set up a collab with somebody for Baldur's Gate 3. I wonder if I could do that. That'd be cool. That'd be cool to do. But also, I've never played other than that one time with the one friend before, so maybe I should not be planning a collab until I've, like, tried it out a little bit myself. I don't know. 104 hours, according to Google? Oh, damn. That's long. But it's okay. It's not as long as Persona 3 Reload, so... And that's something we've already started. So we're committed for that one, apparently. Oh! Sonic Heroes! That's one that I want to... Like, some Sonic games I want to play through, because I've been watching Takako streaming some of that. And then Ruri, I was also watching stream some of that earlier. So I was like, oh man. I want to get back... I love Sonic Heroes. I love Sonic. It's one of my favorite Sonic games growing up, okay? It's a fun time for me. I love the soundtrack. I listen to the soundtrack almost every day, alright? Sonic Heroes is good. So... Sonic Heroes would be fun to stream. I don't know when I would want to stream it, though. But it's a fun time. It's a fun time. So we're going to be playing through the rest of Halo 2. We will be doing Halo 3. I don't know if we'll do some of the other Halo games. We could do Halo ODST. But I don't know if I want to be doing, like, Halo 4 or Halo Infinite and shit like that. Halo 3 was peak gaming of all time. You cannot recreate that era of gaming these days. It was just amazing. It was amazing. It was an amazing time to be into gaming. I mean, Halo 2 was the same kind of way. Because Halo 2's online, like, system and, like, introduction of, like, clans and all that with that, it was so good. Halo 2 online back then, it was phenomenal. It was incredible. You had to be there. You know? Gaming communities just aren't like that anymore. They're just not like that. They're built different. 3.1 hours for me, but to be fair, I play extremely slowly. Oh, for Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah. I mean, that's fair with a game like Baldur's Gate 3. I know my Uncle Mike got heavily into Baldur's Gate 3 for a long time, because he can get really into some of the fantasy RPG games, where he'll do like several different playthroughs with like different types of characters, different like choices you could do to get like all the different things, and like trying to do like an Iron Man playthrough or whatever, where like once you die you're like dead for good or whatever, things like that. It's like crazy. Oh, that's the other one, Skyrim. I should play Skyrim on stream. You know, I played Skyrim growing up when it first came up, or when it first came out. I don't think I ever beat it. I don't think I've ever actually finished Skyrim. Or Fallout 3 for that matter. Fallout is another type of game where I've like played a lot of it, but I never actually went back and finished it. There's a ton of games that are like that for me, where I've started it, I really liked it, and then I just got too busy with other stuff and I didn't finish it. There's so many ideas. There's so many ideas of things we can play. But, and in some of these games, we can make Kirito 420 come back to life. We can make him come back. Oh, we got a new scene here. Hold 1 second. I haven't done another playthrough. I want to, but I'm so like, oh, for Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, because it sounds like a whole thing, so I understand that. All right, Sena. A solitary train car stood stock still near Shibuya Station. That was his tongue twister here. What the fuck? It was a car that was open to the public, with many referring to it as the Green Frog. Aoi Sena sat inside of it. Biting her thumbnail, she looked out the window and watched the passers-by with disinterest. She and Nishijo Takumi had spoken at length yesterday on this very train, and today she had come here once again. She hadn't gone to school. Attendance was the least of her worries. She was constantly driven by feelings of impatience, and as a result, she would often get very irritated with others, leading to her fairly harsh behavior toward them. She's still looking for her dad. Her voice swelled with hatred, all of it directed toward a single individual. She dug a hand into her uniform pocket and took out a piece of paper. There's the formula. It was a small, crumpled scrap of paper torn from a memo pad. Written on it was something resembling an algebraic formula. The letters were faded and dull, perhaps due to aging, or perhaps because it had been written in pencil. Is it? It doesn't look like it. Am I crazy? That seems like marker. But alright. Only one part remained barely legible, and that was IR2. Are you sure? I see function to the power of 10 x int power 40 or 40 equals IR2. I see plenty of it. I see plenty. If you ever played Divinity Original Sin, you have to add Jahan to your team. No ifs, ands, or buts, dude. He is so epic. Divinity Original Sin is not something I've ever tried, but I've been told that I should. So maybe one day. It was the scribblings of Sena's father from long ago. Needless to say, she did not exactly treat it like a holy artifact. Instead, she simply kept it close so she could always remember the hatred she held for her father. Sena's family was once a happy one. However, the moment her father had scrawled a certain formula onto this piece of paper, slowly, silently, yet certainly, madness began to envelop everything. Oh my god, cheap viewers at Shady Link. Hold on, let me just get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Twitch does this weird thing where it will say like likely ban evader restricted and like highlights a certain user and it lets me ban them, but it will not let me delete the message from my screen because it's doing this. It will not let me delete the message from my screen because it has done this. Because it has highlighted them. So this shady link is just permanently on my screen. My eyeballs are subjected to the shady link. You guys will never see it, but it starts real slow and kind of but it picks up real quick after. Oh, Divinity Original Sin. Okay, all right. Sena's father had once been a corporate scientist. Sena had been just an elementary school student at the time, and while she did not understand the type of work her father did, she knew he was always busy. He was rarely home. Occasionally, he would come home and show his affectionate side, but that almost never lasted even a day. He would be back to work before anyone knew it. It was not that she disliked her father, but she was a little disappointed to find that she could not think of a single time her family had ever sat down for a meal together. Then came a day about 6.5 years ago, where her father returned home from work. Unlike his usual calm and collected self, he had been brimming with excitement.
Sena, 父さんはすごい発見をしたぞ。これはノーベル賞どころの騒ぎじゃない。
Sena, I've done it. The Nobel Prize, Sena. What's this? I'm just picturing Walter White coming home. Junior, we've done it. We've done it, Junior. We made 100% pure methamphetamine. We've crafted it in my laboratory, Junior. Dad, what are you talking about? Well, I need water. What are you talking about, Dad? It's time for breakfast. What's the problem? Wait, meth? Shit. I was supposed to tell you. Junior, I have to kill you because you know too much now. Bro, why is there gotta be no music right now? Alright, your old man discovered something amazing. Something that reaches far beyond even a Nobel Prize.
何がそんなにすごいの？
この公式はこれまでの世界の仕組みをも変えるだろう。それほどの大発見なんだ。
As he spoke, he held a memo pad before Sena's eyes. Written on it was the IR2 equation.
ずっと探していたんだよ。父さんではどうしても思いつけなかった。プロジェクトノアは停滞していた。手詰まり。だがこの方式があれば計画は次の段階に進めるんだ。まさかあんなところで見つけるなんて思いもしなかったよ。これはまさに信仰の救いだ。
The divine light itself. That's where it all goes wrong. That's where it all goes wrong.
東京駅だ。たまたま通りかかったんだ。本当に偶然だった。セナは東京駅に行ったことはあったかな。やたら広いだろう、あの駅の構内は。その構内の一角にたくさんの作文が展示されていたんだ。文部省の全国なんとか作文コンクールとか、そんな名前の展覧会だったよ。優秀な子供たちの作文が飾ってあってね。セナ知ってるかい？もしかして応募したりしたかい？
Do you not know?
わかんない。多分知らない。
セナが出ればきっとセナも優秀作品に選ばれていたんじゃないかな。
そんなことないよ。私、作文は苦手。
そうか？もっと自信を持つべきだと思うがな。
Wait. Am I understand? Wait. So he found the IR2 equation from Takami's essay, which for some reason Takami posted this equation within the essay. And he's just like, yeah, the kids there are very good with their creative writing. Anyways, this math equation is literally what I've been searching for my entire life. This child just came up with this. We're not going to ask questions about the child, but thank God I found the IR2 equation. I got it. It's all mine. The Nobel Prize. It's all mine. And then he psychologically fucked with his own wife and Sena's mother.
ねえ、作文がすごい大発見だったんだ。
いやー、違う。そうじゃないんだ。作文なんてどうでもいいんだよ。重要だったのは。
Yeah, his essay was kind of shit, to be honest, but
落書きなんだ。そこに飾られていた作文は透明のプラスチックの額に収められていて、ね、
it wasn't even a part of the display. He just scribbled it on the back.
それは多分演出とかそういうものじゃない。たまたま透明なだけだったんだろうね。きっと主催者には作文の裏の落書きを見せようなんて気はなかったはずなんだ。
That's a weird phrase to say, but okay.
確率はそれこそ天文学的数字だったわけさ。これが奇跡というやつなのかな。
Yeah, be careful what you wish for.
公式っていうことは算数なんだね。
Yes, those are numbers there, Sena. Yes, it would be math.
そうだよ。すごく難しい算数だ。
算数で世界を変えられちゃったりするのかな。
Sena, you have no idea.
ああ、変えられるよ。父さんの研究はね、世界を変えることなんだ。
本当？信じられないな。
いつか証明してあげるよ。見ていてくれ、セナ。
It had been over 6.5 years since that day. Gritting her teeth together, Sena shoved the paper back in her pocket. She gazed through the window, her eyes focused on the dull sky above. Undoubtedly, the world would change. I, looked my eyes over and saw you mention school, and then looked back over here. I'm not crazy. I know the word school was not in the sentence, but I saw it in the corner of my eyes with your message, and my brain... Okay, I can read. This feels like an ad to get kids to join school. Whoa, can math be that cool? You have no idea. Whoa, can you change the world with math? Oh boy. Oh boy. Apparently, with math, you can literally mind control the masses with this game with that equation. Apparently. Sena's not going to like that, as she will soon discover. Sena's not going to like that. But what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Not take over the world? What are you going to do? Control the world through magic. Why did I say math? And why did I say... Okay, I think I'm having a stroke. I think I'm just having strokes, okay? I control the world through math. But I said magic. I think in my head, I was trying to think mathematics. And then I said magic. I don't know why this happened. I don't know what is going on with me. But I can read, I swear. I can read. Don't try to come up with a compilation of all the times I've just inserted a word that was absolutely not there while we were reading. It would be longer than Chaos and Noah itself, probably. So we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. As we've done. Borg is having a hard day. Listen, I had a good day, actually. I had a pretty good day. But reading is hard. All right, reading is hard. 10-hour video. Absolutely. Undoubtedly, the world would change soon, just as her father had said. Sena's own world had already undergone many drastic changes. Vileness, havoc. Everywhere you looked, you would find more. It had become an unfathomably hideous place.
そんな世界は作らせない。奴を殺して私が止めてやる。
Alright, so she's getting edgy. But that was a bonus scene. So now we go back to skipping everything. Now we go back to skipping, because we still are not locked in until Chapter 7. Which means we have to jump off the building first, before we can even remotely get towards her scenes. But we've got it pretty much at the point where we could just do negative for everything, and it will just take us there. It still takes us about an hour to actually get to the route, but yeah. Yo, Twitch, can we not have like 7 spam bots at the same time happen? Can we not do that? Can we like not do this? Can we not? You make me ban all these people? Still breathing heavily. Okay, I don't need to read this. Oh, yes, that makes sense. What? Wait, what did I say? Wait, what is that in reference to? It'll take like an hour, and last time ISA was for... Oh, no. It takes us an hour before we get to the route. So, like, ISA, it took us 4 hours for the whole stream, but it probably took us about an hour before we actually started her route. The routes themselves can be like 2 to 3 hours long, but it takes us about an hour to, like, skip all the way through. In reference to having to jump off a building to get close to Sena. Wait, did that happen? Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I probably worded that wrong. At some point, we have to stop Takumi from jumping off a building with a bunch of yes-no prompts in order for him to get locked into the route. That is like a thing in, I think, Chapter 6, which is like right before Chapter 7. So we have to not jump off or not jump off the building. I think we have to like tell him what to do at that time, and I think we're supposed to try to get him not to die, and that'd be nice to do. Okay. But yeah, to like get to a lot of these routes, you have to get to chapter 7, and so you have to get past that scene where he's at the top of a building, and he's being threatened by Darth Spider to like just get your D sword, and he sees the D sword, and it's like across the street at like another building, and he tries jumping off, and we have to stop him from doing that. We have to remind him that jumping off is how you die. Takumi, Baka, Onichan. Dying is bad for your health. Doctors don't recommend it. Doctors don't recommend it. Not usually. Or ever, actually. People die when they're killed. It happens. I've seen it. Well, not personally. I haven't personally seen it happen. But like in video games and stuff, I've seen it happen. Where like they're killed and then it says on the top, it's like, this player died. I've seen it. So they did die when they were killed. That was a very loud slam, Takumi. You didn't have to do that. My ears don't appreciate it very much. Okay. We're making our way through here. I think this is chapter 6 now? I like how... What was the one... Was it Anonymous Code? Anonymous Code tells you what chapter you're on pretty much the whole time, I think. In like the corner it'll say the chapter, I think. Or it'll say at least the date, I think. And if you pause, I think it says the chapter you're on. I forget what it was. I'm still trying to think about how I felt about Anonymous Code. I don't think I really liked it. I think it's like the weakest entry in the Science Adventure series for me. Because, like, I mean, maybe it's because I'm biased because I'm a computer programmer guy myself. But the main thing about Anonymous Code was it was all about hackers and all that. And it had some cool elements, it had some cool characters, but then, like, a lot of these science adventure games are, like, cool because they get into, like, the real science fiction stuff behind it. Or the real science behind the science fiction stuff that they're doing. And trying to give a plausible explanation for the crazy shit happening. And in Anonymous Code, they're just like, well, we're just doing hacking. And we're just going to say hackers are wizards. So it doesn't fucking matter. It will just say that they were able to do this thing. And we're just going to instead focus on, like, insane hacking action missions. Like, we need all the hackers in the group to hack planes at the same time to stop them from crashing into buildings and shit like that. Yeah. Wait, are you saying... What am I saying? What am I saying? Hackers aren't whizzies? Listen. I think I remember one line literally throughout the whole thing was the main character remembering his father's ancient old words. Hackers are wizards, son. And I think it was like... I think I kept thinking to myself... Is the voice actor for his dad Daru from Steins Gate? Is his father supposed to be Daru from Steins Gate? I don't remember if that was the case, but he just kept being like, hackers are wizards, remember that. We're able to do whatever we can with our magical, like, ability to hack stuff or whatever. I don't know. Okay, I saw a sword. Yes, you saw a sword, Takumi. You see the sword. Keyboard wizard. And as we all know, okay, if you're a virgin by 30, right, you become a wizard too, so that must mean all hackers are virgins, which that kind of tracks. That's kind of tracks. I distinctly saw a sword. Yes, you did. You saw it. If I move from here, I can take it. No, that will get you killed, Takumi. That will get you killed. I can see the sword for a place other than here. No, you can't. You will die. It's not actually a sword. Yes, it's not actually a sword. Okay, we're good. We're locked in. We're locked in. We're locked in, which means we're on our way to chapter 7, which is, I think that's, is this chapter 6? I don't know what chapter this is. We're on some chapter. We're on a number of chapters. Wait, I'm curious now. Let me check real quick here. What chapter are we on? We're on chapter 7, okay. Alright, so, at some point during this, we will switch over to the Sena route, which will be Deus Ex Machina. Oh, I did neutral here. This is a new scene. Alright, sorry. We have to do a neutral scene here. Maybe all the normal beds were full because of all the people who had been injured in yesterday's earthquake, and they just happened to put me in one of the beds from the psychiatric ward because of that. Or maybe they decided that me collapsing was due to psychological factors rather than physical ones? Well, I suppose they wouldn't be wrong then. My mood was gradually getting worse and worse. Alright, and then we skip. Skip. The keyboard is the greatest melee weapon. True and based. And you should say it. You should say it. You speak your truth. Speak it. We'll do negative. We're almost there, gamers. We'll be hanging out with Sena and see what wild shit she's doing. Okay, we're beating the fuck out of somebody. Beat the fuck out of them. Okay. Yeah, we don't have to do anything else for this to lock in, right? Yeah, no, it's just this. I wished when it actually started the new chapter, it did not skip... It did not skip the, like, new chapter screen. Or, like, when we actually get to the new chapter route. It stops at the first text once it starts, but it doesn't pause to show us this is the chapter title for this. It doesn't do that. I think it's because it's registered as, like, chapter 8. And we've done chapter 8 before. I think. I hypothesize. Causeway went a little crazy last time, a little crazy. Sena tried to stop her, because they're friends. But now it's probably going to be something's going on with Sena, and Causeway is definitely going to get involved at some point during the Sena route, I think. In what way? I don't know. I don't know in what way. Look, she's very upset with her Crunchy Coon stick. And we got our little group photo. And the bad guy does bad guy stuff. Alright, here we are. Deus Ex Machina. We're here. The 7th case. It happened again. Another new gen. How long was this damn thing going to go on for? Was I next? Would I be the victim in the 8th case, the 9th? Anxiety aside, Grim was pretty much the new gen news guy at this point. He'd been keeping me in the loop about basically everything. Even now, he was going out of his way to link a bunch of blog posts and news articles about it. Seemed like he really wanted me to take a look. Biting my lip, I reluctantly clicked the first link. Wait. Okay, we already did this. Hello? We already did this. We already did all this. Get me to the Sena shit. Someone said to me, Remy, where'd you go? Weren't you supposed to protect me? No, I couldn't rely on Remy. I had even gone to school today just to see her, and she hadn't been there. Almost like she was never there to begin with. So I had to find someone...
I'll take a potato chip and eat it.
I forgot there's no video with that. I forgot we didn't set that up to have a video that plays with it. So, so it's just the audio. Oh, I don't have any potato chips. Otherwise, I would. That's a bit that I should do one day. Just have a bag of potato chips next to me, so that I can just every time somebody does that redeem, just eat a potato chip at that exact moment. But I don't. Right now, I have butterscotch, which I would do, but then I have a butterscotch in my mouth while I'm trying to read. So it's a whole thing. And the first person that came to mind was. Sena, save me, Sena. Aoi Sena. Yesterday, when the two of us had gone our separate ways, she'd given me that piece of advice. She definitely knew something. She also had a D-sword. She seemed strong, too. Would she be my savior? If not, I was doomed. Is there a Death Note VN? If there is, it'd probably be a fan visual novel, I think. If so, then you should do that during that. No, I don't think there's a... It would be like a fan visual novel. I'm trying to think if there's a Death Note game of some kind. I know they're in Jump Force. There are characters you can play in Jump Force, I think. I know that's a thing. But man, butterscotch M jelly. It smells so good. Is there a Nintendo DS game? For Death Note? I don't know. Look it up. Wait, let's check it. Death Note game. Death Note Kira game? Wait, why is Death Note on Steam? Wait, hello? You can buy Death Note on Steam? Like the anime? Why is this a thing? At the request of the publisher, Death Note is unlisted on Steam Store and will not appear in search. But you can still find it? Okay. Alright. Alright. Death Note Kira game is a oh, it's a Nintendo DS game. Oh my god. Oh, so there is a Nintendo DS game. Okay. Wait. Hold on. Let me where's my desktop? I still have to make a new desktop scene. We'll go to this one for now, even though it's all kind of fucked. The Death Note Kira game, stylized as Death Note Kira game, is the first of a series of Death Note video games. It includes 19 playable characters, multiplayer mode, a story mode that reviews the series first half, and an extras gallery for the sound test and character art. The game was only released in Japanese. Bro, we have to play this. The Kira game is a strategy game where the player takes on the role of Kira or L. These are just titles, as any character can be Kira or L. The player will attempt to deduce who their enemy is. Kira will try to uncover L's identity, and vice versa. This will play out in 3 phases. Investigation, the player will discuss the case and clues with other characters. Voting, oh, so it's basically like Among Us or like Wolf Game. Like a werewolf game. But like with Kira's and L's. I'm like super interested in how this game does it though. With multiplayer too? Voting, where each member of the investigation team casts a vote on who they suspect is L or Kira based on the player's performance in the previous phase. L/Kira, where the player can either focus their investigation on one member to see if they are Kira, L part, or force a member off of the team, Kira part. As Kira or L, you must punish your opponent before you lose, die, get arrested, or are the last one standing. You take turns speaking and saying who you think may or may not be Kira. This costs proposal points, which you get back on your turn, and increase and or decreases a person's suspicion, red, or trust level, blue. People with checks are more likely to be voted out as Kira. A high trust level makes a person less likely to argue with the person they trust. In addition, Kira also has a supporter. Bro, they made Among Us in 2007, but they never translated it, so it never left Japan, and it was also on the DS. Of the two roles, Kira has the most advantages. When someone's trust towards you is 100%, they will give you a hint as to who isn't L or who may be L. Not only can you vote a person off as Kira, you can kill who you think is L might be. If you kill someone who isn't L, your max proposal points are halved. L can check to see if a person is Kira after voting takes place. If a person has an X, they aren't Kira. If someone has 2 circles, they are. After voting takes place, if you arrest someone who's not Kira, your max proposal points drop by 20. The game has a number of gameplay mechanics which vary slightly depending on if you play as El or Kira. Despite being a text-based game, there are many visual clues a player can use to navigate themselves through each turn, theoretically make it possible to experience smooth gameplay even without the ability to read Japanese. All right, let's look up a little quick clip of this. I know we're sidetracking away from Chaos, but I have to look at this. I have to experience this. Hold on. Death Note Kira game. Let's play Death Note Kira games. Oh wait, this one's an English patch. Oh my god. Okay, so there is a story mode. I'm L, trust me on this. Okay, fair enough. Wait, was there another line before this? Listen up, everyone. Light is Kira. What? I'm L, trust me on this. Ryuzaki, I'm not Kira. It's him! Ryuzaki is Kira! What do we do? We'll arrest Light, of course. And if the investigation still continues, you can arrest me. Light is Kira? I say we go with Ryuzaki's proposal. Well then, let's tally the votes. Who will be arrested? Even his dad voted for his son? Oh, God. He's got our backs. He's got our backs. Don't worry. Damn. Damn. But then it wasn't Kira, was it? Or he wasn't Kira, was he? Let's see. In accordance with the vote, Light has been arrested. So, Light, did we vote correctly? Can't he just lie? Me when I lie? Yes, I am Kira. Oh, that was easy. Which means victory goes to the investigators. This game is over. Oh, that was pretty quick. That was quick. I can't believe you got me immediately. But why were you so sure it was me, Ryuzaki? A hunch. Ryuzaki, this game. It's a game based on the battle between myself and Kira. It's called the Kira game. People have taken interest in our game of cat and mouse. It's become quite the craze, I must say. Playing as L or Kira forces you to consider their each and every move. It's really quite useful for profiling. As such, I intend to incorporate it into our investigations going forward. I struggle to see how playing a game will somehow help us with our investigation of the Kira case. But if you say it will be useful, Ryuzaki, I'll play along. In that case, we'll play again. Oh shit, now they're playing for real. Win conditions, win as Kira. Bonus conditions, clear within 3 rounds. Okay, how do you play this? Aizawa's turn. He's thinking. Ryuzaki, I'm with you. He's thinking. Trust or doubt. Ryuzaki's turn. Now, anyone could be Kira. Doubt. Light's turn. Okay, so we got trust and doubts going up and down here. Oh, you drag that? Aizawa, we'll go after Kira together. You and me, we're good friends, right? Yes, I agree. I like the little The Shinigami just lying in the corner. I struggle to believe Ryuzaki could be Kira. I think there's no doubt there. What does he keep saying in the song? Matsuda's turn. If Chief was Kira, none of us would be here right now. Counter, I disagree. You mean you think I'm wrong? I'm confident in my thinking. Debate 1. Debate 1. Easy. I think the chief, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the chief. I disagree. What? Yeah, I say no. Debate 1. It's just that easy. I wish it was that easy. I wish it was that easy. I'm sorry. Just let me rest a while. Doubt. I doubt. He's off to go murder. Suspect vote. He votes his own dad off. Oh my god, everybody's voting for him. He votes for Kira still. He votes for Light still. What? Out. What is the meaning of this? Kira, victory. L has been arrested. This is justice. What? So he got L arrested, so that's how he wins. Okay. All right. English patch down in the description. Yo, we have to play this game at some point now. Well, I have to know, like, what the, do they have it set up in a way that you can play with other people? Because this is absolutely would be a cool, like, collab deal. It seems like you can have, like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in the game? Probably, because it said it had multiplayer. Do they have a way to play it? That would be cool to fuck around with. It supposedly has a story mode. I don't know what the story mode would entail. Story mode explores a conceptual series of events where the Japanese task force plays a board game called the Kira game in order to gain a greater insight into Kira's psyche and help with the investigation. Story is set in a sort of alternate timeline, or is not canon, as in the third mission. The story mode covers the events from when L reveals himself to the NPA to the time of L's death. Obtaining 16 apples also unlocks a bonus chapter where L deduces that the 13-day rule is fake. Okay. Single mode. There's a free mode where the player may play alone as either Kira or L as any character they have unlocked. The player may also choose their CPU opponents. Multiplayer mode. Up to 2 people may play against using 2 separate cartridges. Players are restricted to characters the furthest player... What? Characters are restricted to the characters the furthest player has unlocked. This game does not utilize Wi-Fi compatibility. Okay, alright. So you can play with up to 2 people in this game. But would that mean, like, one of you is Kira, one of you is L? But you would know who's who then, right? Wait. I don't know how that works. Anyways, but it looks like they do, like, more... There's, like, more to the story, I guess. And it's, like, its own deal. Oh my god, all the characters. So you have Light, Misa, Light's dad. You have Matsuda, Aizawa, Mogi, Watari, L, Ray Penber, Naomi, Light's sister, I think? Kiyomi Takada. Who was that? Was that one of, like, L's, or, was that one of, Kira's girl, not Kira, Light's girlfriends or whatever? Reiji Namikawa. I don't remember you at all. Who the fuck are you? Oh, the business dude. Okay. One of the 8 members of the Yotsuba group. Okay. Nier, Mello, Mikami, and then Neo Light. What? Neo Light? Checkmate. Such a Among Us friend thing to do. We're friends, but I voted you. Teehee. If the emulator you use has multiplayer, then probably. Oh, okay. It's probably scattered to other NPCs as well, so it isn't just you or them probably. Yeah, it seems like it. I think Kira killed her by tricking her into revealing her name? No, I think that was Naomi Misoda, because I think this was Ray Penber's girlfriend. Who is Takeda? Let's see. Former colleague, classmate, and girlfriend of Light Yaga. Okay, so it was one of Light's girlfriends here. And then she's the one who became basically the spokeswoman on the TV show. She basically became like the Alex Jones for Akira, I think. Okay. Dude, this is entirely a cool idea, okay, for a stream game. We gotta write this down. We gotta see if we can find a way. We gotta get the patch. We gotta see if we can find an emulator where we can do multiplayer. Okay, we gotta play this. This is something we gotta play. This would be amazing. This is gonna be amazing. All right, let's go back to Chaos Head. Let's go back to Chaos Head. All this because of the I'll take a potato chip and eat it too meme. All this because of that. Alright. The following day I made my way to the front of the station. In all honesty, I really didn't want to go back there. After all that traumatic Esper BS, the front of Shibuya station brought back nothing but bad memories. Adding to my stress, just like usual, there were way too many people. The area around Hachiko was absolutely infested with normies loitering around. You should thank me for real. Thank you, Dango, for letting us know that there is a Death Note DS game. That is amazing. I can't believe they invented Among Us in like 2007. It's crazy. Everyone kept glancing at me and sneering as they pointed their phones at me. But when I turned around to look away, my eyes wandered up toward the towering O front, the very building where I had committed social suicide only a few days ago. You're welcome. I'm so peak, I know, for real. You're a real one. Videos covering every angle of that night continued to make the rounds on the internet, and they would likely continue to spread across the world for all eternity. Erasing them was pretty much impossible at this point. I was going to spend the rest of my life as the internet's favorite punchline. I was so frustrated, angry, and sad, it made me want to get as far away from it as I possibly could. But knowing Shogun would kill me the second... knowing Shogun would kill me the second I tried to escape, I was forced to painstakingly stand my ground. Period. I cautiously stepped foot into the train carriage known as the Green Frog, trying my hardest to avoid looking at my surroundings. Actually, it seems there's multiple Death Note DS games? Wait, what? We gotta look into all of those. We gotta research all of those. See which ones we should play. Hold on 1 second. Okay, sorry. I just had to check my phone for a thing. Actually, it seems there's multiple Death Note DS games. Damn. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay. Unsurprisingly, there she sat. Aoi Sena, the train's sole passenger. It took me a minute, but I realized that the reason why no one else was in the car was likely due to Sena's own handiwork. She'd used her gigolomaniac powers, or whatever they were. Shaking my head lightly, I handed her the Crunchy-kun I bought in advance from the local convenience store. It was my way of getting my foot in the door. Here, I know it's not much, but I hope you like it. Oh? No, please don't worry about it. Thank you very much. And that's how it would go, all according to the stupid-ass Japanese custom. Even though I knew it was idiotic, not even I would stoop as low as to ask for protection without giving something in return. She already has, I could see, she already has a Crunchy-kun. She's not going to need your Crunchy-kun, so it's not going to go smoothly, probably. As payment for her services, I would give her 3 Crunchy-kuns a day. It was an offer even Sena couldn't refuse. Oh, is that all it takes? Is that all it takes? For me? For me? It's for me? She accepted it with surprisingly little resistance. Fuhihi, everything was going according to plan, all according to Keikaku. For me, it's soda or nothing. You get soda-flavored Crunchy-kuns? Sena excitedly tore open... Oh no, we got her one she didn't like, probably. We got her a Crunchy-kun she didn't like. Oh no, it's over. Sena excitedly tore open the wrapping and took out the popsicle. It might have just been my imagination, but it almost looked like her mouth had curved into a slight smile. Man, just how obsessed with those things are you? You're practically asking for a stomachache.
僕はコーラ味。
Cola flavored.
なんだと
What?
コーラ
Oh
味なん
no.
て邪道だ
No! Burn in hell! Cola flavors heresy. It's over.
すいません。
There's also Death Note successors to L and L the prologue with like a capital L to Death Note. Spiraling Trap. Oh, interesting. I mean, I know there's a ton of Death Note stuff. Like, of all kind of things. I know I have a Death Note light novel, the BB murder cases or something like that, written by Nishio Oisin, the Monogatari writer. Very good. Very good mystery story. I very much enjoyed it. I'd made her mad. I thought about telling her off for getting upset over something so trivial, but I figured I'd better keep my mouth shut.
それで
Taking a bite out of her Crunchy-kun, Sena shifted her probing gaze to me.
私に何か用か
We need protection. I would like protection, Sena. Can you provide that for us? Why did she have to be so intimidating? The look in her eyes could turn me to stone. All I wanted was to ask for help, but it felt like the sheer anxiety alone was going to kill me. I was already bad enough for talking to 3D girls as it is. What? I was already bad enough at talking to 3D girls, not for talking to 3D girls. I took a few deep breaths and just barely managed to calm myself down.
僕を助けてほしい。
Save me. Save me, Sena.
どういう意味だ
It means I'm fucked and I need you to help me.
僕はニュージェネの真犯人に、
It's the new gen culprit.
この前話したでしょ。将軍っていうやつなんだ。
Taku, please stop being so cringe. No, that's not happening anytime soon.
僕はきっとそいつに思考盗撮されてる。
Taku, what are you talking about? Mind control? Government? Patents? Well, actually, she's the one who told me about the patents, so that one's not as crazy.
そいつ
She's gonna know what I'm talking about when I bring out the patents. He can read minds. What is he?
知るもんか。僕が聞きたいぐらいだ。
この渋谷で思考盗撮できる連中なんて限られてるギガロマニアックスかあるいは望みの連中か
See? She gets us. She knows. She understands.
望みテクノロジープロジェクトノアによって世界を手に入れようとしてる
Noah mentioned? Noah mentioned? What was she on about? It sounded like some kind of conspiracy theory. But could Shogun be a member of that organization?
僕を助けてよ。頼むよ。
I felt myself rapidly sinking further into despair. I wanted something, anything to cling on to. Something that would save me. Sena took another bite of her Crunchy-kun, then furrowed her brow.
言ったはずだ中途半端な気持ちで踏み込むなら妄想に食われるとお前には覚悟があるか
Not really.
ないよ。あるわけないだろ。僕がただ助けてくれって言ってるんだ。こんなのもううんざりなんだ。なんで僕ばっかり。
Sapped of all my willpower, I fell to my knees. Don't do this to me. Just protect me. What do you want me to do? I don't want to do anything anymore.
覚悟はなしか
No, he doesn't have any at all. He's kind of useless. Yeah, he's got no backbone. None. I felt her cold glare pierce through me. I could clearly tell just how pathetic I was being, so all I could do at that point was hang my head in shame.
だがその将軍というやつは気になるなもし望みの人間ならニュージェネ事件も連中が起こしてるということか
With a frown, Sena muttered that to herself as she looked out the window. She seemed to be deep in thought, but she kept chewing on her Crunchy-kun regardless. Not longer after I said something, Sena suddenly got up from her seat. She was now standing in front of me.
私に守ってほしいのか
I would love that, actually. We got more Crunchy Coons for you, too. Damn it! She was always looking down on me. Did this bitch have a dominatrix fetish or something? Despite insulting her inside my head, I gave her a meek nod.
それはつまり私とお前はこれから行動を共にするという意味それでもいいんだな
Sure. As long as you protect me, anything's fine. Protecting myself from Shogun's attacks was my highest priority until right now.
本当に守ってくれるなら文句は言わない。
決まりだ
It's settled. Sena extended her hand toward me. I stared blankly at those delicate fingers of her, unsure of what they were trying to convey. Growing impatient, Sena grabbed my hand and pulled me up. Our eyes met, if only for an instant. Having our gazes intertwine at such a short distance made me frantically avert my eyes. She then let go of my hand.
じゃあ行くぞ
And then, as if to spur me onward, turned her back to me.
行くってどこへ？
のぞみテクノロジーの本社
Yeah, we're just gonna go to Nozomi. We're just going.
これから乗り込む
Yeah, we're not gonna waste time. Infiltrate? Like, into the enemy base? No, what? What was this stupid bitch thinking? Did she have a death wish? Well, this was game over. God, I was such an idiot for thinking I could rely on her. Like, the hell I was going anywhere near there. I wanted nothing to do with this. I wasn't the kind of person to just waltz right on into my death. I was the type of person who'd tell someone, wow, that plan fucking sucks, and then ditch them. Okay. I 100% believe that's something he would do. Ignoring my look of disbelief, Sena strolled briskly out the door. However, I, meanwhile, stayed right where I was, refusing to budge an inch. Suddenly I realized I could no longer move my arms. I glanced down at my body. Before I could even blink, a white chain had coiled around my body, and on top of that, it was wrapped around me very, very tight. Even when I tried to force it off, it refused to budge an inch. What the? How did this even happen? Sena kinky? Oh boy.
グズグズするな
Stop wasting time. Sena poked her head out of the window, then urged me to come quickly. I felt the chain wrapped around my body being tugged. I tried to resist, but I no longer had full control of my body. The chain led outside the train carriage and ended when it reached Sena's hand. She was holding it. She was the one pulling me. So this is what queen and slave exhibitionist humiliation roleplay is like. I see. Do you see Takumi? You're just casual about this? Wait, no. It was nothing like that. What the fuck? Bro was Denji before Denji. So true. God damn it. I was such an idiot for thinking I could rely on Sena. I'd clearly picked the wrong person for this. Someone help me. I can't take this anymore. Nozomi's main branch was apparently within walking distance of Shibuya Station, but my mental strength had already been completely drained before we even reached it. After all, Sena had been parading me around right smack in the middle of Shibuya. When will he woof, though? That comes soon. That comes pretty soon. It went without saying that practically every cell phone in existence had been pointed at me, and with that, my dark past had grown even darker. There was definitely a thread about it now on @channel. Well, no, probably nobody...
Wafu wafu.
Wafu. Oh, I forgot the other joke with that TTS is literally called Takumi TTS, and we thought that was funny too. So that using that text to speech is literally Takumi talking. So that's literally, you just made Takumi literally bark. You guys have him say wan wan, right? Is that what they think that the Japanese say that the dog sound is? They say wan wan. Yeah, you made him bark, literally, because it's Takumi TTS. It's him. It's him. There's definitely a thread in that channel, but no, nobody else is going to see the chain. They're probably just taking photos of me because I'm the crazy Esper guy. Esper Nishijo indulging in puppy play with the black-haired beaut in Shibuya. The DQNs were never going to let me hear the end of this. That would be wild, though, if they could see the chains, and they were taking photos, and they were thinking about things like that, indulging in puppy play, the day, like, a couple days after his, like, embarrassing experience. Like, bro, is wild. Lore accurate, then. Everything we make him say is lore accurate. That's true. You can make him say whatever, and it will be canon in the Chaos Knight universe. That's how it works. No matter how much I pleaded with Sena, she refused to remove the chains. Oh, okay, so people do see this. Okay. So people are actually seeing this. She was constantly spouting all sorts of nonsensical reasoning like that. Seriously, what kind of bullshit logic was that? Anzai Sensei, I want to be a man who stands out from the crowd. And I asked her anything like that? No, I fucking hadn't. We already read this, but let me check, there's nothing new to this, right? Yeah, no, we already saw this. You are mildly delusional. We already got that one. Okay. Anzai Sensei, the coach from a famous basketball manga. Is this Slam Dunk, maybe? On the internet, users parody a certain quote from the manga in order to express a desperate desire. Example, Anzai Sensei, I want to something. Another oft-quoted line, this one spoken by Anzai Sensei, is, if you give up, it's game over. Strolling right into the enemy base, what the hell was she thinking? We could be killed at any moment. Completely ignoring my complaints, Sena casually entered the fancy building, dragged me right along with her. After that, the chain had given me no choice in the matter. Or after all, the chain had given me no choice in the matter. Okay. The grandeur of the expansive lobby, standing before me, took my breath away. The Nozomi Group. It had apparently become one of Japan's leading conglomerates. A place like this was so far removed from the life of a student like me, it felt like a completely different world. I'd never set foot in a building quite like it before. The size of the lobby, the practical enshrinement of the hot grills at the reception desk. I had to take a moment to breathe. Wait, we were in a company workplace. Shouldn't it have been off limits to unauthorized personnel? Both Sena and I were wearing Surumei uniforms, so we were very obviously high school students. Not only that, but I was wrapped up in a chain too. We were practically screaming that we were intruders. For Sena to disregard this and enter the building like she owned the place, I began to doubt her sanity. The moment we entered through the automatic doors, I made eye contact with one of the receptionists. I was hesitant to go any farther than we already had, but Sena didn't stop moving. We moved past the reception desk and headed toward the elevator in the back, and nobody had said a word to us? What the hell? Yeah, because she's probably doing something now where they can't see us. Sena didn't get on the elevator, though. Instead, she chose to go for the fire escape near the hall. Beyond the door was a dimly lit emergency staircase, and that was where she finally stopped. Oh. Suddenly, before I could even blink, the pressure on my body disappeared. When I looked down, I saw that the chain around me had vanished without a trace, and the next thing I saw was the D-sword in Sena's hand. Was that chain just a delusion? Sena had real booted using her gigalomaniac powers? Yes, Takumi. Of course, Takumi. Are you fucking serious, Takumi, at this point? Takumi. Are you fucking serious, Takumi? Have you learned nothing, Takumi? So, Sena had sent anti-particles into my dead spots, this time making the real booted chain instantly disappear.
Yeah,
Takumi has no brain. There's nothing going on there. She'd made them? She could do that? Sena then looked up at the top of the staircase. Something resembling a surveillance camera was installed there. It had a red light affixed to it, and it let out an eerie sound as she surveyed the room. As it surveyed the room, the camera. Can you make the cameras believe? No, Takumi, they're cameras. But we can make the people watching the cameras believe.
やろうと思えばできるかもな。試したことはない。それに、やる必要もない。
なんでバレちゃうじゃないか。
How does this guy pull? He pulls by being crazy and becoming the main character by being crazy, I guess. I don't know. Half these girls are trying to kill him, so I don't know. Taku, go back to school. Go back to your shipping container. Yeah, destroy the cameras is one of the first things you should do in any stealth mission. Everyone knows that. Oh, conglomerate was a word that we... Okay. A large corporate entity formed by the repeated merging of companies from various industries that are not directly related. They manage a wide range of industries. Stealth mission, a type of level often seen in various action games. The goal is to infiltrate enemy territory, achieve an objective, and then escape, all without being detected. This type of mission has become so prevalent in modern games it is considered its own genre. It's also known as sneaking missions in a certain tactical espionage action series, Metal Gear, which we'll be playing that. Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. That will be one of the games that we play on my PS2 at some point. I am considering playing Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 beforehand. Wait. Yeah, no, Snake Eater's not 2. Snake Eater's 3, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure Snake Eater is 3. Because I don't think I ever beat one. Oh, maybe I beat the first one, but I don't think I beat the second one. Or I don't think I played the second one. Or maybe I did. I don't remember. Destroying cameras is the first thing you're doing in a stealth mission. Come on, Sena. Well, everyone who'd played a video game before, at least.
言っただろ。お前が目立つことが必要なんだ。
This is how the delusion works. Yes. Well, that's exactly what I don't get. Aren't you contradicting yourself? You made them assume we're Nozomi employees in order to camouflage us, but then you turn around and say you need to stand out? Which is it? What exactly are you trying to do? Takumi, you dumb motherfucker. Okay? Obviously, the main way this delusion can work with the camouflage is if you make sure several people can see you. This is how the delusion could become a reality. If you project this to enough people, it becomes reality. This must be what we're getting at here, Takumi. How have you not understood this yet? I thought you were a gamer. All everyone ever does is speak in riddles. Do you all think I'm an idiot or something? Yes, we do. What? Do you all think to yourselves, even if I try to explain it, he won't get it? You are, aren't you? Fuck you. No, it's true, Takumi. It's true. He mentioned something interesting. Nozomi is pursuing new research. He claims what they're doing in Japan is the missing piece. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Damn it. I'm smart, people. My IQ is absolutely higher than Sena's. No doubt, but no, I very much doubt it. But okay. As I bit my lip in frustration, Sena took off on her own up the stairs, leaving me behind to continue seething. Did this girl have any actual interest in protecting me? No, she didn't. After all, she'd already put me in harm's way by dragging me into this building. But regardless of her intentions, I just wish she'd stop rushing ahead on her own. She could at least tell me where she was going and what she was trying to do. Just give me some sort of explanation, please. Takumi, you literally thought you had to make cameras believe something. You're dumb as fuck. Exactly. He doesn't know what he's saying. Why were we using the staircase instead of the elevator anyway? I sucked at exercising.
エレベーターに乗るのは自殺行為だ。
The riding the elevator would be suicide. Sena's voice rang out from above me. And she read my mind? No, you probably just literally said it out loud and didn't realize. With a sigh, I started heading up the stairs toward her voice. Sena was waiting 2 stories above me. As soon as I caught up, she started climbing again. Yeah, exactly. That was obvious. Takumi, you're a fucking idiot. Yeah, you're Takumi, your stonks are dropping very fast in this route. You're kind of a fucking idiot here. Taku did some cool math equation at some point, though. That's gotta mean something. Yeah, when he was like, what was he, like 10? He accidentally scribbled like a formula, and it turned out to change the world. I guess he wrote it in the back of an essay. I don't think he consciously was doing it or anything. I think it was just like, but I don't know. I guess we could give him credit for that. Maybe just a little credit because he wants to feel better.
それより西条、将軍について教えろ。そうい
1ヶ月ぐらい前から。
Yeah, it's been about a month.
話したことがあるんだな。
When I nodded in response, Sena stopped dead in her tracks and looked down at me from a few stairs above. I could see your panties from this angle, Sena-san. I averted my eyes out of reflex.
どんなことを言っていた？
A lot of things. I took a moment to tell Sena about everything Shogun had set up to that point. As well as the fake kidnapping he'd staged to try and scare me.
畑野という名前に聞き覚えは？
ないけど。
No?
将軍が言っていたかもしれないだろう。よく思い出せ。
Hot to know. I never heard the name before.
誰？
プロジェクトノアに関わっていた男だ。
I didn't know him. I didn't even know what Project Noah was.
そうか。知らないなら別にいい。
Sena turned away in a huff and resumed her climb in silence. We have to go to, like, the roof. We'd gone up at least 20 stories with next to no breaks. I had probably never climbed so many stairs in my entire life. Stay hydrated? Alright, I'll do it. Do it just for you. Thank you. I was exhausted. I didn't want to climb anymore. Sweat trickled down my forehead, stinging at my eyes. I wiped it off over and over again with my hands. But it continued to bead, no matter what I did. My legs felt heavy. I couldn't breathe. Felt like I was going to suffocate. I planted my hands on my knees in an attempt to catch my breath. Drops of sweat fell from my face and dotted the floor.
あとどれぐらい登るの？
社長室は最上階にあるらしい。31
The
階。
top floor. 10 more floors to go. Hold on. Why was he even going along with this in the first place? All I'd done was ask Sena to protect me, so why was this happening to me? Polnareff's face? What? A fear in the back. What? Are we? Is this literally JoJo we're saying here? Polnareff's face appeared in the back of my head? Wait, was this a reference to... Is this a... POV, me and my cousin are climbing to like the 15th floor to get to the apartment room? Oh, damn. What is this... What is this referencing? Is this specifically a JoJo reference? And 2, what is it specifically referencing from Polnareff? What is going on here? Why is this happening to me? My heavy breathing reverberated throughout the quiet staircase. Surprisingly, Sena didn't try to go on ahead after I caught up this time. Instead, she leaned against the wall and stared at me with a blank expression on her face. Hold on. I'm still stuck on the Polnareff. What does this mean? All I had done was ask Sena to protect me, so why was this happening to me? Polnareff's face appeared in the back of my mind. What does this mean? What does this mean? Shadow, what does this mean? What did he mean by this? What did he mean? Was there like a JoJo scene where Polnareff has to climb a shit ton of stairs? What is going on here? What is the reference? Seemed like she was finally letting us take a short break. Mounted above Sena was another one of the security cameras. They were installed on every floor. There was no way they hadn't found out that we'd been climbing the staircase by now. Security guards could arrive at any moment.
監視カメラに細工をしなかったのは、
Suddenly, Sena began to murmur something.
将軍がもし望みの人間でこのビル内にいるなら、おびき寄せることができるかもしれないと思ったからだ。
We're gonna lure him out.
つまり僕はおとりってわけ？
Absolutely we are.
そういうことになる。
Wait, is this a reference to where he was climbing up the stairs to where Dio was standing at the top, and he just kept stopping time to move him back down? You know, it probably is. That's probably exactly what the reference is. I forgot that that was a thing that happened, but that's probably exactly what that's referencing, actually. There we go. Mystery solved. I was trying to think. I completely forgot that scene happened.
このビルに乗り込むことにしたのだってイレギュラーだ。もちろんいつかはプロジェクトノアを潰そうとは思っていたが、それは今じゃない。
She'd become awfully talkative all of a sudden. Was she finally going to explain why we were here? But Sena didn't reveal what that something else was.
お前の話を聞く限り、その将軍は何かを知ってる。あるいは、畑野のことも。
That's so specific and wonderful. I know they'd made JoJo references before. There was like several tips that are like JoJo references. One is the kotowaru, I think. I refused? Yeah, I think that's one of them. But from what you've told me, this Shogun knows something. It could even be something about Hatsuno. For a split second, her face stiffened upon saying that name. Are they really that terrible of a person? Takumi, you have no idea. It's not good.
西条、これは交換条件だ。お前におとりになってもらう代わりに、私はお前を守る。
Just be my bait. I'll protect you, don't worry.
それにお前だって将軍の正体を知りたいだろ。脅威を排除するにはこちらから攻撃。
You need to go on the off fit. Sena abruptly stopped. She then frowned, stepped away from the wall, and readied her gigantic D-sword right in the middle of this narrow, cramped stairway. You hear that sound? Darth Spider might be showing up. Might be fucking with us. Oh, she's armed and ready. Sena didn't answer. She peered down the stairwell. She peered down the stairwell and then up, only to freeze in place.
この声、どこから？
A voice.
お前、何者だ?
She suddenly shouted. I thought she might have been shouting at the security camera, but her gaze was directed further upward, toward the ceiling. It couldn't be. I had a bad feeling about this. Unable to resist the bait, I looked up at the ceiling. Naturally, there was nothing there. After all, I couldn't hear the voice, but I had a good idea of what it was. Shogun! He was reading our minds using some satellite way up in the sky, and he was making Sena hear some kind of voice.
セナ、その声を聞いちゃダメだ。セナ!
I promptly grabbed hold of her shoulders and shook her.
将軍は望みの人間じゃないらしい。
I was right. She had heard Shogun's voice.
騙されてる。あいつは敵だよ。信じちゃダメだ。
Oh shit.
音だ。
Oh no, this is not good. Bro, plug her ears. Her hands were still gripping... What? My hands were still gripping her shoulders. She responded by grabbing my wrist tightly. Her nails dug in deep, shooting pain throughout my entire body. My face twisted in...
西条、音がしている。気をつけろ。
Oh no, delusion all around. Everybody gets a delusion. Bro, Nanami, what's going on? A flash of light burst into my head, and from that light, an image came forth. A dark room, a puddle of blood staining the floor, a modern art piece resembling that of a crucifix. Someone was bound there, with their head lifelessly hanging down, their clothes stained in blood, their right hand cruelly severed. I'd seen it. I'd seen it clearly. That was without a doubt Nanami.
ナナミがこのビルのどこかに。
She had been kidnapped by Shogun. Her wrist. That wasn't a delusion, it was real. I had to find her. I wasn't able to save her before, and now Sena was suffering too. So I had to find her. This time for sure, I had to do something.
落ち着け、西条。これは罠の可能性が。
さっき 君だって将軍の言葉を信じたじゃないか。
I violently shook Sena's hands off me. The presidential office was on the 31st floor.
違う、音を聞け。将軍の干渉とは別の妄想だ。
I ignored her and sprinted up the stairs. This was no time to complain about my exhaustion. I was desperate. Nanami was suffering. It was my fault. It was all my fault. I'd failed her back then. I'd run away. She must resent me. Forgive me. I'm a thick excuse for an older brother. Damn it, I wanted power. I wanted a D-sword like Sena's. Why? Why couldn't I get my hands on one? It was all I asked for. Nanami, don't die. I'm begging you. Is there a way to tell is there a way to tell Delulus apart from the real happenings or no? So when delusions happen, there'll be a whoosh, 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 and then like it'll show like a couple like little flashes of like the equation, the IR2 equation, and then like some outside areas or whatever. Other times the scene will be like a little warped or whatever to indicate that like this is clearly a delusion. But in some cases with this game, it will be a delusion, but it has no tells that it was a delusion. There's no signs that a delusion was triggered. And in other times, they will do something that makes you think, like you'll do a delusion trigger and you'll think a delusion is supposed to happen, but a delusion doesn't happen, but you don't realize that a delusion didn't happen, but an insane thing happened, and because like the whole point of this game is to break you down and not realize what's a delusion, what's not in some cases. But in some cases, they do give you obvious hints about what is a delusion. But like you hear the sound right now? That sound typically means that there's somebody nearby who has a portable delusion creation device. And that's what Sua, the Darth Spider guy, does to people. He'll like send delusions to people using this device. And there's a whole bunch of these all over the town with like people carrying them. That's a part of the Nozomi group trying to control people. I made it to the giant 31st floor. There was only one entrance to it. Wasting no time, I flung it open and dove straight through. And just like that, I was in the very same room that I saw in the vision. Several monitors hung from the ceiling, each displaying the word Nozomi on a white background. I looked over for Nanami. The room was so dark I couldn't make anything out clearly, but
Nanami.
There were no signs of life. No movement, no breathing, nothing at all.
Nishijo!
Chasing after me, Sena flew through the open door. She forcefully grabbed my hand.
今すぐ出るぞ。これは罠だ。
Yeah, this is obviously a trap.
ナナミが。
聞こえないのか、この音が。
Suddenly, the door that we'd left open slammed shut all on its own. The room grew even darker. That means there is obviously a person there, but they're doing delusions to where we don't notice that they're there.
しまった。
Sena ran to the door and wrestled with the knob, but it refused to budge. Excuse me. Thank you. Then, the outline of the D-sword in her hand suddenly faded to nothing. It was almost as if it had completely dissolved. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
閉じ込められた。
We've been locked in. We're locked in, gamers.
だったら力を使えばいいじゃないか。
うまく妄想できない。
Sena's face twisted. She rubbed her temples and weakly shook her head. I was getting a headache. I only noticed it when I'd regained my focus. It wasn't severe by any means, but the minor faint pain, it seemed to reverberate in the very center of my head. An ache that throbbed and throbbed and throbbed. I feel kinda lightheaded. Nanami, where are you? Is this one of Shogun's traps? Is Shogun my ally? What kind of company is Nozomi Technology? Sena has such small tits. That's a wild thought to think about right now. Who's Hatano anyway? Weird. I'm losing my train of thought.
バイオ周波数攻撃を受けているぞ。
Not the bioarithmetical attacks. The display on two of the monitors overhead suddenly changed. In place of the Nozomi logo, the faces of two middle-aged men appeared, one on each monitor.
まったく最近の若者は恐れ知らずだな。 もちろん悪い意味でだが。
We didn't want to change the scene so that their faces actually showed up on the screen? No? Okay. Not now, Takumi. This is not the time to think about Sena's tits. That comes later. Don't worry about that now. Yeah, it must be the education system. So easily do they fall for our government-funded delusions. The education system, which we are the ones who perpetuate as the government.
世界人間牧場計画の一環としては悪くないプログラムだったよ。
The Worldwide Human Domestication Project. What was going on? Who were these people?
それを潰したのも井ノ原先生だというのがなんとも滑稽なところだよ。300人委員会も予想外だっただろうね。
私と倉持先生の野心も知らず。 のうのうと世界を牛耳っているつもりなのだろうが、そんな連中に対するある種の宣戦布告だったんだよ、あれは。
世界を掌握するのに300人も必要ない。我ら2人で十分なのだからね。
What were those two talking about? And then right as I was thinking that, the two men on the monitors turned their stares to me.
それにしても ノルセが言っていた通りだったね。まさかここまで馬鹿正直に網にかかる者がいたと。
We can blame Sena for that one, actually. I have to buy this idiot in Mude so that I can add peak meme customs. Oh boy.
1週間も放置しておけば衰弱してろくに抵抗もできなくなろう。それから
Rousing torture show?
畑のセナはすでにコードサンプル取得済みと資料にはある。
Hatano? Sena? Who was that?
洗脳を施した方が良さそうだ。我らの兵士とし。
Yeah, we might as well just brainwash her. It'd be easier. Once that is done, shall we make her our soldier? Oh, but their plaything. Oh, damn. Did you guys know these are the bad guys? I just wanted you guys to know that these were the bad guys. In case you couldn't figure it out yet.
ではギガロマニアックスの諸君、監禁生活をせいぜい楽しみたまえ。
1週間が経つ頃にはプロジェクトノアにより世界は大きく変わっていることだろう。その変革の瞬間を見ることができない君たちに同情するよ。
What the fuck? Takumi is actually cute looking? Well, he can be. Or it can look like he is insane. Look up the Takumi, my popular times are here. Hold on, I'll load this up on stream too. Takumi, my popular times are here. I love this screenshot. I love this so much. This is from the anime, but it's amazing. By the way, the anime is dog shit. We might watch it at some point just to see how dog shit it is, but here he is. My popular times are here, guys. Oh yeah, my popular times are here. Yeah. That's it. That's an image of Mude. Okay. I love this image so much. I love it. I love it. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna leave this in the scene. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna like. Oh, you can barely read it, but I don't want to be blocking like the game with it. Wait, what was that other thing that you did too? Wait, you did a meme image, the Absolute Cinema. I'll put that on here too. That was a funny meme. Absolute Cinema. Absolute. Wait, maybe I put this like over here. Wait, but then I have to make it smaller. That's not gonna work over there. We'll just do it like this. Wait, I know what I could do. I could just make this like a little smaller, like this. Oh no, but then it's still covering up more of the text box. No, I'll just leave it like this. There you go. There you go. We'll leave it there like that. We'll leave it like that. There you go. We'll lock those in. There you go. Now I can see why he pulls. He's kind of cute. Well, he's usually just in a shipping container, though, so it's surprising that he's still able to pull, even though he's just doing that. Okay, let's continue this. Where's my thing? Where's my screen? Here we go. Alright. The old men disappeared from the monitors, and the room was covered in darkness once again. It's been a trap. It'd all been a trap. To think 2 grown men, one of which I was sure was a member of the House of Representatives, would join forces just to trap some random otaku freak like me. This couldn't be real. It had to be a fucking joke. Moral compass is gone. I understand him suddenly. It's fine, Taku. Nanami wasn't here. She had to be in prison somewhere else. I felt absolutely pathetic for playing right into their hands. If I had known this would happen, I would have just listened to Sena. Sena slammed her shoulder against the entrance again and again, but it refused to give in. It'd probably been locked from the outside, and seeing as it was extremely sturdy, trying to bust it open was likely impossible. If I remember correctly, wasn't that the name of that organization which occasionally popped up in conspiracy theories? Did it actually exist?
Yep. Having given up, Sena stepped away from the door in defeat. She surveyed the dimly lit room with a sullen expression. Is Chaos Child before this? Chaos Child came out after this. I don't know where time-wise it takes place. I think it takes place after this. But I think it's also an entirely different cast of characters. I don't know much about Chaos Child. I think at one point I had played Chaos Child years ago when it was the only thing on Steam, thinking that it was this game. And then I stopped when I realized it was not this game. But yeah, it seemed like it had a completely different cast of characters. But I had only played a little bit of it anyways. But I think it's in the same world, but I don't know if it's in like the same, like what time frame it takes place. I think it takes place after, if at all, but I don't know. It's a silent weapon development program that Nozomi Technology has been pursuing. 一言で言うなら、広範囲に作用するマインドコントロール装置だな。思考統率、視覚投影、五感制御。肉体的には損傷を与えることはない。音もないし、色もないし。
The plan, because you brought up Chaos Child. The plan is for us to eventually play through all of the science adventure games that we can on stream. Eventually, over time. Obviously, it's not going to all happen this year or anything like that, because it takes us a while to read through some of them. But we're going to be trying to play them in order of, like, release order. We'll play through some of those. I think the next one we do after this is Steins Gate, then. We'll be doing Steins Gate. And then I think... Did Robotics Notes come after? I'll have to look it up. I'll have to look it up to make sure. Because I know I have Robotics Notes. And I know I have Chaos Child. And I have Anonymous Code. I have Occultic 9. The problem with Occultic 9... Well, several things with Occultic 9. First of all, Occultic 9 did not start as a visual novel. It started as a light novel. And then it was adapted to an anime. And then the visual novel is based on the anime adaptation, and as a result, the visual novel is supposedly the worst way to experience Occultic 9. Apparently. I have it. It was never translated to English. I have it for the PS4. So if we ever do play it, it's all in Japanese. So I either have to find a way to get English text to get, like, translated or whatever, or I gotta find some patch version that somebody has come up with online. I gotta think it out. I gotta think it through. It doesn't harm you physically. It has no sound, color, or scent, and it's invisible to the naked eye.
だが確実に多くの人の精神をゆっくりと静かに汚染していく。誰にも気づかれないまま攻撃は完了しているんだ。
まるでギガロマニアックスの力みたいじゃないか。
当然だ。沈黙の兵器はギガロマニアックスを人工的に生み出そうという考えから始まったんだからな。
It was all so insane that it didn't even feel real. But in the end, that was just the way things were. I was no hero. Even if I was told that an insane conspiracy such as that was true, and it was currently unfolding in Shibuya, I wouldn't feel the slightest urge to stand against it. Even if I were to go out and fight, I wouldn't be able to help anyone. I'd just leave it to someone who was actually useful. Maybe, just maybe, the new gen incidents, as well as the endless string of bizarre events that have been plaguing me, were all related to this Project Noah. And it is on why Chaos Head was so bad. The story had been so good as far as I've been watching. Well, I guess we'll watch and find out. The anime, so I've watched the anime. I was not registering a lot of it. I was like half paying attention to some of it. And at the time, this is still my first time playing the Chaos Head visual novel, by the way. So I had never played the visual novel before, but I had seen the anime, and the quality was dog shit. I wasn't paying attention to like what happened in some of the story with it. I remember some things, but I don't remember fully. For all I know, it seemed like a lot of things were changed, but maybe I just wasn't paying attention when I was watching the anime. I don't know, but I just remember the quality of it being dog shit. So you know, when we watch it eventually, when we watch that anime, it'll be a time. It'll be a time. Maybe, just maybe, the new gen incidents. Oh yeah, I already read this. If that was the case, I would need to leave Shibuya as soon as possible in order to protect myself. All I wanted was for Nanami to be safe. For me to be safe. For us to live in peace. That was all I wished for. For that to happen, I needed to find a way out of here. I couldn't stand the thought of being stuck in a place like this for upwards of a week. Especially with there being no sign of any food or water anywhere. Oh, I've now realized the Takumi meme is blocking text. I apologize for this. We will fix this. We will fix this. I mean, I'm reading it out loud anyways, but I would like it not to block text. I'll just make it small. I'll just make a very tiny Takumi. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. We'll do that. No, we're not doing that. There you go, Takumi. No, what? You don't snap back like that. Don't do that. There you go, Takumi. Really? You're just gonna keep snapping like that? Don't do that. We're gonna squimch him. He's gonna be squinched. Wait, can I put him behind the chat? Wait, is this a thing I can do? Wait. Which one's the chat? Is it this? No, that's that. Is it this? Where's the chat? Wait, hello? Wait. Wait, where's the chat? Wait. Wait. Oh, it's a part of this. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Okay. So we can put him... There you go. But then you can't read the chat anymore. Then you can't read the chat. I can stretch him out wider, but you are not going to be able to read the chat. I think it's worth it, though. I think the bit is good. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Was that wide Takumi over here? A little wide Takumi. Wait, we can make him wider. We can make him wider. We can make him. We can go even further beyond. We can go even further beyond. Then you can't even see him. No. Okay. Alright, where did he go? He went here. Okay. We'll put you here. Super wide Takumi. But, like, the chat was blocking his face when you do that. But he would look like this. When popular times are here. They're here. Hi guys, I'm Nishijo Takumi. I love anime, I love manga, I love my erogays, and I hate 3D women. I hate you fucking DQM bitches and all these dumbass grills. And they just stop me from playing ESO in my shipping container. I just fuck those bitches and fuck the government. There are patents. Okay, this is my real voice. This is lore accurate. This is lore accurate. Damn, this is a level of shitposting I need to integrate into my streams when there's enough extra space. This is real. This is canon. This is not shitposting. This is what Takumi would do. This is the delusions are attacking us. Fuhihihi. His popular times are here. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Alright, let's continue. We've been fucking around long enough. Wait. Okay, alright. You could put him here. But then he's gonna be like super tiny. You're not gonna be able to see. I thought about that, but he's gonna be super tiny. Wait, I know what I can do. Wait. I know what we can do. I know what we can do. I've solved it. I've solved it all. I've solved it all. I've solved it all. Takumi, where are you? Takumi. There he is. There you go. There you go. Is this wide enough? Can you guys see him? Is this wide enough? Is this wide enough? You can see his popular times. They're here. His popular times are here. What are we even doing? Why are we here? Just to suffer? There we go. It's called fun. It's called fun. You guys ever heard of it before? Alright, we're ready to continue. We're ready to continue. This is peak setup. Oh, so that's what those old guys have been talking about. If we didn't eat or drink for an entire week, we'd inevitably start to break down. Worst case scenario, we could even die.
Sena, なんとかここから脱出する方法を考えてよ。
扉は開かない。
Sena looked utterly exhausted.
理想度は
なぜか出せなくなった。力を封じられたか。沈黙の。
A silent weapon attack? What the hell? Are you saying there's no way out? Sena, with a look of pure exhaustion, slumped down to the floor.
大丈夫？
そう。体がだるい。それに。
Oh
なん
no.
だか妙な気がした。
Oh no. Is the sex CG coming along?
胸の奥が締め付け
Oh,
ら
I'm
れ
sorry.
る
The heart attack delusion's happening. My bad. My bad. We're breathing shallow. Sena undid a few buttons on it. Nope, we're getting the sex. Is it sex or a heart attack? Which are we getting? Even in dark, I could see that her skin was drenched in sweat. Despite our situation, I found myself getting flustered. Come to think of it, it did feel pretty hot in here.
なあ、水を持ってないか。
Of course I didn't, but I was getting thirsty too, and fast. The thought of spending a full week in this heat without a drop of water made me feel utterly hopeless. Sena was staring fixedly at me. I knew there was no way I'd be able to make eye contact with a 3D girl, so I desperately looked away. And I could still feel her gaze piercing through me. She's gonna do some shit like, "You have saliva, though. Let's make out. Share water." Don't look.
水はないよ。
When I answered, I took a quick glance at Sena. Our eyes met. Hold on. What was up with those shimmering eyes of hers? She almost looked like a love-struck maiden or some shit. Well, I was both a virgin and had never had a girlfriend before, so I didn't know if that actually happened in reality. Panicking, I turned my back to Sena and gulped down my building saliva.
おかしい。気をつけろ、西条。感情を操作されているかもしれない。
Is that what they're doing? Are you sure you just don't want to fuck the crazy shipping container gamer dude? You might just want to fuck him. Not everything is the government, Sena. Sometimes you just want to fuck the crazy gamer guy. Sometimes you just want to do that. Oh, you want me to stay hydrated. You want me to stay hydrated. You're not going to tell Sena or Takumi to stay hydrated? Just me? Just me? You want me to stay hydrated? They're dying. They're dying and they're gonna fuck. And you want me to be hydrated.
え、それってどういう？
お前を見ていると切ない気持ちになってくるんだ。くそ。
So the attack involved Sena. The attack involved making Sena feel like she'd fallen in love with me? Foo-hee-hee-hee. Or could it be that she'd already had feelings for me to begin with? Yeah, no way in hell. Use your brain, Takumi.
感情を操作って一体どんな仕組みで？
人の感情なんて結局脳を流れる電気信号でしかないんだ。その電気信号に干渉する技術は世
Yeah,
界
you
中
already
で
told
研
us all
究
this.
されてる。案外とっくに実用化されてるかもしれない。ましてや沈黙の兵器ノア2なら造作もないことだ。分かっただろう。世界は電気仕掛けだと私が言った意味が。
Does that mean it's like a program? Lines of ones and zeros? It'd be incredibly easy to tamper with something like that. It's a scientifically proven fact that electronic signals run through our brains. So in reality, not only our emotions, but both the mind and soul are reducible to mere electronic signals. Wait a second. That's no different from 2D, is it? For example, let's look at a heroine from an Arrow game. Lizelot from the ESO. The anime version of Seiratan and Sena. What's the difference between the four of them? If what Sena says about everything in the world being an electronic device is true, then there are no differences. They're all the same, mere electrical signals running through a device. I felt like I finally, albeit vaguely, understood why Sena used the word error. If all that was true, then this Noah 2 weapon could likely be some super deadly virus or someone using cheats in order to PK. That means player killing. We know this because we're gamers. Not even Neidhart could win against those kinds of people. And not only that, but compared to Neidhart, I was a ridiculously shitty playable character. Taku, calm down. Taku, slow down on the big brain energy there. You gotta conserve the water going on in the brain. Did that even make sense to say? My mind is going numb too in this room, okay? We're losing our minds here. I just want to know if there's sex or not. That's all I want to know. So in the end, being trapped here and starving to death like a pathetic loser, well, that was a pretty fitting game over for me.
僕が悪いんじゃない。死亡フラグ立てまくってる。僕の中の人が悪いんだ。くそ。
Fuck my life. Cradling my head, I curled into a ball. No sex. Around 28 hours had passed since we'd first gotten locked in here. During that time, I had dozed off and lost consciousness countless times. I had been overwhelmed by a surge of uncontrollable emotions, with depression, mania, and other similar feelings leaving me mentally exhausted. Sena and I hadn't said a single word to each other the entire time. She'd pretty much been completely and entirely useless ever since we'd gotten locked up, really. The final ray of hope was the PC. Aside from the runs that showed the detestable faces of the Diet member and the religious founder, there were a ton of other monitors decorating the room. And every one of them was connected to a single PC. Since the PC was connected to the internet, I tried posting a bunch of SOS messages on various boards. They just let you do that? But it had all been in vain. I hadn't been able to post anything at all. PC could download just fine, but uploading was completely throttled. Any attempts at sending chat messages or emails was quickly snuffed out. Under the orders of those two guys, someone, somewhere, had to have been watching us. Why were they letting us access any information at all? I would soon learn the answer to that question. A few hours after starting to gather info online, I checked the article tabs on Taboo on a whim. Riot breaks out at Shibuya Scramble Crossing. An article with that title caught my eye. And immediately after that, it happened. It all began with a tremor from below. The floor, no, the very building itself started to shake violently. The very next moment, I was struck with a violent ringing in my ears. It was such an intensely shrill, resonant sound, my head felt like it was about to burst open. I looked at Sena, who was covering her ears in agony. And then, a thunderous roar. The entire building thrashed around violently, as if the world itself was trying to make a gigantic milkshake. Unable to stay upright anymore, I tumbled over and my back crushed against the wall. Sena was crouched down in the center of the room, curled into a ball. And above her head, the monitor affixed to the ceiling was swaying back and forth like a pendulum. The world suddenly went into slow motion. The swaying of the monitor slowed down. With a dull sound, the aluminum pole holding the monitor snapped. And it fell down, ever so slowly, toward Sena. I had a feeling I had experienced once before. It was exactly like when Ayase had jumped off the school roof. She was going to die. If that giant monitor fell on her head, Sena would die. I couldn't make it in time. There were roughly 5 meters between us. Besides, I didn't have the courage to risk my life to save a 3D girl anyway. And so a delusion flared to life inside my mind. In that delusion, I kicked off the shaking floor, bolted over to Sena, and threw my arms around her in a magnificent save. And you've been useless the whole time, Taku. You can't say much, LMAO. I can't. He's gonna save her. He's gonna save her. He can do it. And all of that happened in an instant. In just the blink of an eye, my body teleported over to Sena, threw its arms around her, and tumbled to the floor. The sound of the monitor crashed to the ground echoed right beside my ear. Even though the room had been so dark before, my field of vision was dyed white. Along with the ear-splitting sound of an explosion, I was slammed with an even greater impact than before. And with that, my last thread of consciousness was severed. How long had I been out? My consciousness drifted in and out of a deep slumber. I felt a ticklish, slightly annoying tingle on the tip of my nose, and upon noticing that faint, ever so slightly warm sensation, I slowly opened my eyes. Oh? Oh? Is it sex time? Is it time for sex? Sena's face was only a few inches from mine. Her long hair draped over my cheeks. Her faint breaths blew right against my nose. Her eyes were closed, but her eyelashes were quivering. She must have only lost consciousness. We were really, really close. If I had to, I could have easily moved in and kissed her. I frantically tried to skirt away, but my body wouldn't move. And that was when I finally realized what exactly had happened. Keeping my head completely still, I tried to survey my surroundings, but it was pitch black. I couldn't make out anything. Yeah, so I don't think Takumi stopping the monitor would have helped the situation. The building fell down on us. So I don't think the monitor, stopping her from getting hit by the monitor saved much, actually. It felt like a thin film had been draped over my field of vision. And there was no film. It was just a cloud of dust. We were buried in rubble. So it wasn't that I couldn't see anything around me. It was that there weren't any gaps in the rubble at all. No matter what direction I looked, I couldn't find a single opening. We had been lodged into an extremely cramped pocket of space beneath the rubble. Whenever I tried to force my hands or legs to move, I would hear the sound of pebbles crumbling to the ground. That sound made me realize I couldn't move or do anything at all. Cold sweat beaded onto my forehead. Had there been an earthquake or something? Shibuya had experienced a lot of those recently, but maybe they had all been foreshocks. If so, this could have been the biggest earthquake to hit Tokyo since the Great Kanto earthquake. Did that mean the Nozomi building had collapsed? The terrorist attack that had happened in America several years back came to mind, bringing an intense wave of hopelessness with it. The fact that we hadn't been injured yet, despite being stuck in a crevice, was probably nothing more than an insane stroke of luck. Yet, being the key word. The rubble was just barely holding itself together. Maintaining an extremely delicate balance, I had no way of making sure, but it was definitely possible that dozens of tons of debris were piled on top of us. If I made a single wrong move, that balance would be lost, and then that massive pile of rubble would crush us in less than a second. Imagining that as my last moment, I instantly froze in fear. I didn't want to die. I couldn't handle the idea of being crushed to death in a place like this where nobody would ever know. Hurry up and rescue me. A rescue squad, the self-defense force. I don't care who, just get me out of here. Well, I got good news for you, Takumi. Many other people are dead in rubble around Shibuya too. Several other people, and the ones that are alive are probably dying from other shit, other chaos real soon. So don't worry. Everybody else is dead and nobody's gonna find them too. Everybody's fine. Meanwhile, you're having segs. Pretty soon, probably. I tried straining my ears to see if I could hear any people around, but there was nothing but silence. A deafening, eerie silence. All I could hear was the sound of Sena's breathing. Don't worry, everyone is dead. Damn it. Sleep like a goddamn baby, why don't you? Sena was lying sprawled on top of me, our bodies tightly pressed against each other, perfectly complementing one another. Her chest, her stomach, her legs, nearly her entire body was right on top of me. She was heavy. She was heavy, and being forced to feel the softness of her arms and how slender her legs were, oh God. Naturally, I could still feel Sena's breath heating my cheek, and within it I could smell something sweet. Perhaps because of the crunchy coons she was always eating. Her breaths were deep and steady. Steady boy. They followed a distinct rhythm. And each time she breathed, I could feel her breasts faintly moving up and down, directly against my body.
Steady boy.
Steady boy. We're gonna play this music right now? Was this some kind of torture? An attack of this magnitude would cause all sense of reason within me to crumble in 5 minutes tops. I need to waken her up somehow in order to avert this crisis. Wait, I have to wake her up? Would it be right for me to do that? I mean, if I woke her up and she saw the state we were in, how would she react? And she was the same girl who regularly scowled at everyone and everything. So even though it was an accident far beyond my control, there was no doubt in my mind that she'd label me a pervert anyway. Considering she wouldn't be thinking clearly, there was the very real possibility that she might rip out my throat. And at this distance, taking Sena's position into account, not only could she easily do that, but I would be completely defenseless against it too. Well, that was probably a bit too extreme to be realistic. But if Sena really were to wake up in a panic, she could very well end up causing the rubble to collapse on top of us, and that'd be the end of it. The only person coming for you, Taku, is probably Rimi, and nothing good comes from her. That's true. It's very true. Damn, the trick to a good breath is Crunchy Coons? Yeah. Just eat a ton of Crunchy Coons. Taku for sure wants to do all that. Wants her to do all of that. Absolutely. Absolutely he does. Absolutely. Why do I have notifications? Oh, several people are adding me in Discord servers. Stop it. Stop doing that. I was trying to stream here. What are you doing? It's other people saying that they're going live. Good luck to them in their streams. But I'm trying to play Chaos End. What are you doing to me? Get you the kind of woman that will just actually kill you. Say the line, Shadow. Thank you. Thank you for that. Well, that was probably a bit too extreme to be realistic. But if Sena really were to wake up in a panic, she could very well end up causing the rubble to collapse on top of us, and that'd be the end of it. Oh, what the hell was I supposed to do? If I could have ripped my hair out, I would have. Ow, ow! But since I obviously couldn't do that, I resorted to banging the back of my head against the rubble. Through that, I was able to suppress my instinctual lust for Sena. Don't pay this wench any heed. I'm not, and never will be, into 3D girls. I'm just imagining the actually like emoji the whole time he says, I'm not into 3D girls. The girls I love are all 2D. Sarah 10, appear before me. Drive these worldly desires from my mind. I'm not into stuck-up bitches like her, so I won't give in to my lust. I mustn't give in to my lust. I mustn't give in to my lust. I mustn't give in to my lust. I can't control it anymore. That didn't last long. She is unconscious, isn't she? Surely no one will mind if I make ample use of her while she is. How about I taste those arrogant lips of hers, the same ones that do nothing but spew self-righteous bullshit? No, I shouldn't go straight for the lips. I'm not mentally prepared for that quite yet. In that case, how about I aim for her cheek? What does the skin of a 3D girl taste like, I wonder? Does it taste like sweat? Or perhaps, does it taste sweet? Startled, I cut off the delusion inside my head immediately. Sena's voice leaked out of her mouth, mixing in with her breath. It was quiet as a whisper. Her voice was so soft and frail. I would never have imagined it could come from someone who was normally so fierce and unapproachable. Dad? Her eye. No, you can't. Don't be saying that. We're trying to have sex here. Unless she's trying to call Takumi that, then that's I mean, that would make sense. Sena seems like a freak in the bedroom, probably, with all the shit she's been doing in this game so far. So I wouldn't put it past her. Well, she's waking up. We're good. Her eyes were still closed. Didn't seem like she'd woken up yet. She'd been talking in her sleep. I instantly felt a pang of relief, realizing she hadn't read my impure, perverted thoughts. From behind her closed eyelid, a tiny drop fell. And with a barely audible plop, it landed on her cheek. It was so very warm, and yet, only after a fleeting moment, it went cold. Even Sena cried sometimes, I suppose. Now even I was starting to feel sad. Had something happened between her and her father? Taku, the pathetic daddy. Everyone is a freaky freak chap. That's true. Especially in this game. They're all freaks. A little worried, I timidly called out to her. With a twitch, Sena's body started to stir. Her eyes gently opened. At point-blank range, our eyes met. The drowsy Sena stared at me. Her eyes were still sleepy. She didn't seem to be fully awake yet. Don't look. It's embarrassing. It didn't take long for Sena's face to instantly turn beet red. Her eyes shot open, and her gaze raced from side to side. Oh, she's pogging?
これはどうなってる?
She's pogging? She's pogging right at us? In point blank range? She's pogging? She's pogging?
動いちゃダメだ。瓦礫に押しつぶされちゃうから。
瓦礫だと?
Yep. Yeah, the rubble. The one that's on your back. You ever consider that? I explained to Sena how we had been buried alive by the earthquake.
そうか。確かあの時、すごい揺れが来て、上から大きなモニターが落ちてきて、お前が私を助けてくれたんだったな。
What can I say? It's what I do. It's what I do. Oh yeah, that did happen, didn't it? Though I don't have a single clue as to how.
礼を言う。私が守ってやる約束だったんだがな。まさか西条に助けられるとは。
By the way, Sena, you kind of been doing a shit job of protecting me. This seems like the opposite of protecting me, what has happened so far. We went right into the enemy base, which was very clearly a trap. We got locked into there, almost ended up like fucking each other for the amusement of the government and religious organizations to like watch us and laugh at us. And then now we've had a whole building earthquake on us. I don't think you protected us a single time, actually. I don't think a single time you have.
もっとダメなやつだと思っていたが、意外と男らしいじゃないか。
どうも。
I would have never thought I'd get complimented like that in a million years. It must have been the first time in my entire life that I'd gotten a compliment from a 3D girl. Granted, Saratan told me I was totally amazing star all the time, but still.
だが、この状況は良くないな。
That's subjective.
密着してるもんね。
Yeah.
バカ、そうじゃないだろ。ここで生き埋めになってることの方だ。
We're not talking about that, Takumi. Or are we? Unless.
ごめん。
まあ、密着してるのも良くない状況だが。
Wait a second. Premarital sex is sacrilege. The church wouldn't allow that. You clearly don't understand the Church of the Divine Light. Okay? You clearly don't understand that. That church will literally say, hey, Hazuki, you're pregnant, right? Huh. Sorry. That child has to be sacrificed. So, for the next set of murders, you gotta cut out your baby from your stomach and surgically implant it within this dead guy. So I don't think the church... I feel like this church has a little different set of rules when it comes to premarital sex. I could be wrong. Don't get me wrong. I could be wrong. But...
セナのギガロマニアックスの力で何とかしてよ。できるでしょ。
難しいかもしれないが、やるだけやってみよう。
お
西条、私の目を見ろ。
お
なんで？
お前と私の間で周囲共通認識を作るためだ。
Yeah, we need mutual recognition. Did she just ask me to look into her eyes? Being squished together like this was already embarrassing enough, but doing that would completely smash my sense of reason I had left. I'd go feral.
ぐずぐずするな。聞こえなかったのか？私の目。
Urged on by Sena's voice, I reluctantly obeyed. I gazed into her eyes, and those eyes turned directly toward me. Okay, yeah. This was really embarrassing. I never made eye contact with a girl for such a long time before. I never even looked people in the eye while talking to them in the first place. So I wasn't even close to comfortable with this. Making eye contact essentially meant that you were the only thing the other person was looking at. After now, I was reflected in Sena's eyes, meaning I was the only thing she was looking at. I was monopolizing Sena's field of vision. We were so close. Upon realizing that, I couldn't help but think that this embarrassing act was just as erotic as any H scene ever was. God, curse my arrogant brain. This is where he accidentally triggers a sex delusion, probably. I would not doubt it. Shit, I need to stop those idiotic delusions. We were making eye contact. What if Sena were to see through me? I wouldn't normally be able to read someone's thoughts just by looking into their eyes, but Cosby did, and Sena was gigalomaniac as well. I couldn't do this. Making eye contact with a girl is impossible.
西条、目をそらすな。
Despite her saying that, Sena's gaze wasn't pointed in the right direction either.
僕には無理。
そうか。
Aww.
実はその。
Oh no, she's thinking things as well. Oh, we're so in, boys. We're so in, boys. We're so in.
こんな近い距離じゃ出れる?
How did he manage this? Well, it tends to help if you have an entire building collapse on the both of you in this kind of... It tends to help. Isn't there like some kind of belief about like if you're with somebody and you put in a dangerous situation together, it makes you feel like a stronger like love connection or whatever? What is it called? The suspension bridge effect or something like that? I think that's a real thing. Yeah, the suspension bridge effect. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Seeing Sena stained beet red breathed some life back into me, actually. Damn, I'll try it. Oh, okay, good luck. Well, they also suck at maintaining eye contact. You confuse danger for love. Oh, that's what, yeah. Where did all this moe come from? Was this girl not actually 3D? A girl this cute couldn't be 3D. Sena, you're so cute, Sena. Oh.
熱いな。
Yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it, Sena? Sena's forehead, face, and even the nape of her neck were drenched in sweat. With how close we were, I could even smell it. There was no wind or anything either. The rubble burying us had no openings. Was there even a way for air to pass through it all? If not, then we were going to run out of oxygen pretty soon. Upon thinking that, I realized that Sena's breathing had become really heavy. The rhythmic movement of her small chest on top of me had gotten much faster than before.
まさか息苦しい。
うるさい。暑いだけだ。
Shut up, Takumi, dummy. Damn it, what was I supposed to take from that? Whatever, just use your gigalomaniac powers already. Shouldn't you be able to make all this debris disappear like magic?
西条、お前の力でなんとかならないか。この状況じゃ、私はうまく集中できない。
Do something like what, Sena? What would you like us to do, Sena? The hell are you on about? Don't tell me you're going to start relying on me now. How exactly do you expect me to do anything about this? Takumi. Takumi. You dumb virgin. Takumi. Takumi, your popular times are here. You're just not seeing it. You just don't register it. Taku, show her your D-sword. It's time to find it, Takumi. Materializing a flower bed beneath Ayase and saving you earlier are both just coincidences. It's not like I did any of it on purpose, let alone consciously. Don't rely on me. I was supposed to rely on you, Sena. I was gonna give you like 3 crunchy coons a day for doing it. Also, please stop breathing all this warm air on me. It's actually torture. A drop of Sena's sweat fell into my mouth. It was salty. I was on the verge of tears. My sense of reason was this close to flying out the goddamn window. It was in my mouth. I was holding it in my mouth. Sena's juices. Sena's juices. This is what's going through his head.
Oi, Nishijo.
Oi! Sena's face was still red, but she seemed to be a lot... Juices. Juices. Sena's face was still red, but she seemed to be a lot more angry than she was before. Based? Based? Say the line, Shadow. Say the line. Say it, Shadow. What? What? All I did was taste your sweat. You can't kill me for that. Besides, it's your fault for letting it drop into my mouth. How dare you? In the middle of speaking, Sena buried her face in my chest, unable to bear the embarrassment. Okay, you're the kind of woman that could just go, yeah, he said it! He said the thing! He said the thing! In the middle of speaking, Sena buried her face in my chest, unable to bear the embarrassment. There was no way she had done it intentionally. But for me, that was the strongest blow out of anything so far. Ah, so cute. Her breathing is passing through the gaps in my clothes and directly onto my skin. Is that really all I'm useful for? That and being ignorant? God damn. Shadow. God damn, that's not true. We also need you for tax evasions. We need you for the tax evasions. Every month when I get the payout from Twitch, we need you for that. It's important. That's why it's one of the main reasons we keep you around, Shadow. Come on. Come on. Start thinking it up. We're making the big bucks these days. We're making the big bucks here, Shadow. Okay? We're making the big bucks here. We need the tax evasion going on. And we also need Yu-Gi-Oh card knowledge on occasion sometimes. Or memes. I don't know. I guess. What do you want from me, Shadow? What do you want from me? Shit. Quickly realizing what she'd done, Sena pulled her head back. Ah. Couldn't it have lasted just a while longer? We like to use the term tax planning, not evasion. We just include the invasion within the plan. It's all according to tax keikaku. Taxukeikaku. It's all according to it. It's all according. Taxu keikaku. That feels weird to say. It feels like you're not supposed to say it like that. Taxu no keikaku? Maybe? The plan of taxes? I don't know. Quickly realizing what she'd done, Sena pulled her head back. Oh, couldn't it have just lasted just a little while longer?
やめろよ。お前、何を考えてるんだ?
She was obviously shaken. Maybe she was just used to being the tough person in the room. So someone else taking control really left her flustered.
今すぐ。妄想を封印しろ、西条。お前の、その、股間。What? What?
What? It's doing what, Takumi? It's touching her what? It's doing what? Whoa, slow down, Taku, what is going on, Taku? Is it sex time? What? Ah, yeah, I did feel something there. Sena's soft, pillowy thighs.
妄想するなと言ってるだろ。
Suddenly, I found my face on the receiving end of a brutal headbutt. Since it was a surprise attack, and a mighty strong one at that, The single strike knocked me out like a light.
私はもう天聖信仰会に戻る気はない。
実に惜しいね。君の才能を私は買っていたのだ。
利用していたの間違いだろう。私はもうあなたの言葉は信じない。教祖としての倉持雄大の虚像でしかないと分かった。
信仰の救いを君も欲していただろう。
かつての私は欲していた。だが
では何を欲しているのかね。
償いのための死だ。
一度信仰に触れた者は離れることなどできない。君は離れたつもりだ。
Bro, why are we fucking around with the sound here during this?
神に頼る気はもうない。神に匹敵するものを作ってしまった私には神にすがることは許されない。
西条、起きろ、西条。
Oh, are we done fucking? I could hear an extremely pompous conversation between two unfamiliar men. Sena's hushed shouts jutted in between the two voices, causing me to open my eyes. Are we being saved, or...? Unsurprisingly, we were still squished together, enclosed in rubble with no way to escape.
君は君自身の意志でこの未来を選び取る。すべては君の責任だ。だが一人で背負うには重すぎるだろう。信仰の救いがもたらされれば、その重みも多少は減る。
POV, I'm looking for my ID ASMR.
私が選んだ信仰の導きに従った。いや、あなたの言葉に従った結果としてだ。
誰かいる。話し声が聞こえるだろ。
She's staring at you through all this. Yeah, we know. Yeah. Yeah, she knocked us out. She was thinking things. She might have done some things to us while we were knocked out, too. We understand. We understand. I nodded in response. I could hear the voices of two men. Seemed like some cosmic Church of the Divine Light randos. At the very least, it definitely wasn't a rescue party.
あいつだ。あいつが。
It actually only took me like a minute today. I was honestly impressed. Oh, there you go. See when he's close. I could vividly hear the sound of Sena gritting her teeth.
言葉を語るのをやめるんだ、倉本。あなたのビジョンは私の心には響かない。
残念だ。もっとも君がいなくても、すでにノア2は完成している。あとは世界に向けて我らの意志を発信するのみだ。
我らのではあなた井の花構造の
いかにサードメルトの実験成功によりプロジェクトノア
The trial phase is complete. A third man joined the conversation. What the hell were they talking about? Where was it coming from? The fact that we could hear their voices meant that they had to be at least somewhat close to us. Maybe there wasn't as much rubble on top of us as we might have thought. Sena shifted slightly. Hand gripped my uniform tightly. So tightly it was like she was enduring an intense pain. Her gaze pointed downward. She didn't make eye contact with me.
これからの世界秩序300人による統治から2人による統治に変わるというわけだ。今日がその夜明けだよ。
Jesus, can we stop with this shit? My field of vision was suddenly overwhelmed with light. The small pieces of rubble surrounding us began to crumble. Sena raised her head in shock. Oh yeah, she was trying to get rid of the rubble with the delusion. I forgot that. Sena raised her head in shock. A hand reached toward us from above, peeking through a gap in the rubble.
無事か、セナ。
Oh, wait, no, is it Hatano? Oh, it's Hatano that did this. Okay. The hand began to pull Sena up through the debris. As it did, the crevice beneath the rubble widened, and once her weight was lifted off of me, I could finally move again. Sorry for the noise, chap. The ID is very small and I need it for the exam. Okay, that's reasonable. It's fine. It's alright. It's fine. I crawled out of the gap that had been made by Sena's body. It was the room in the Nozomi building. The very same room we had been trapped in. Yeah, I was gonna say, it was probably from the speaker system still. Almost all the monitors that had been hanging from the ceiling had crashed to the floor, leaving all their screens broken. Naturally, nothing was displayed on them anymore. Even the walls and various other chunks of the room were beginning to collapse. But all in all, the room wasn't anywhere near as bad as I expected it to be. I had assumed we had been buried alive, but there wasn't even that much rubble. In hindsight, I could have probably escaped if I had tried to. I felt like such an idiot for being too scared to move. And that's because he wanted segs. It's fine. Sena. Sena was facing a man I had never seen before. It was the local homeless man. He was wearing a ragged coat that complemented his clouded eyes. Overall, he looked like your typical homeless man. I had the feeling I had met him somewhere before, but I couldn't remember where. Maybe we had passed each other in Shibuya at some point. Aside from the two of them, there was no one else there. The voices of the people who had trapped us, the member of the House of Representatives, and the Cosmic Church's founder, must have come from a speaker somewhere in the room. Is that the detective? No, that's not the detective. This is... So, yeah, so Hatano is the father of Sena, and he was a scientist that was a part of the NOAA project, or one of the Nozomi Technologies group at some point in time. And Sena fucking hates this guy because he basically did a Nozomi experiment of delusions on his wife, who is obviously Sena's mother, and their other daughter, or other child, I forget if it was a daughter, maybe it was a son, their other child who was like a baby, and they were doing a delusion with the wife, and eventually the baby died. And they made it so that she would think she's having a delusion where her baby was still alive, and they studied her for a long time like this, where she was taking care of the corpse of her dead baby for like months and months or whatever. And then when she finally realized that that's what's happening, her brain broke, and then she ate the baby's body, and then I think went crazy, and then I think she died. I don't know if she killed herself or whatever, but it was really fucked up. His excuse is, I was told because I work for the group and they're related to the Church of the Divine Light, and I wanted to do something. So they basically said that I had to have my wife go in these tests, and the tests seemed fine at first, but now after the baby died, now I want to keep her in the delusion so that she, you know, doesn't have to live with the fact that her baby died during this test or whatever. And instead, it just became more horrific or whatever. So Sena reasonably hates him for the shit he did. He hates himself too, to be fair. But, yeah. So at some point, he became a homeless man, just kind of going around Shibuya, looking for gigalomaniacs, I guess? I don't understand what he's doing. But he's just kind of wandering around. Yeah, she shattered her brain on a wall. That's what it was. That's what it was. She, like, ate her dead baby's corpse when her brain broke when she realized it was a corpse. And then she ate the dead baby body and then, like, smashed her head on the wall several times. It was a very fucked up backstory for her mother. Not good. Not good. Daughter? That man was Sena's father? I definitely heard Sena say the name Hatano before.
そしてそこから眺めているのだな。世界が変革していく様を。
Wait, can they still see us right now? Wait, is that what's happening? Oh, I see you have managed to reunite with your daughter. Oh, I just realized. Okay, so they are seeing the room right now still. Okay.
ノア2をフル稼働させれば、渋谷だけでなく、世界中のすべての人間に作用を及ぼすことが可能だ。そのネットワークはすでに構築され。
Yeah, Sena's father is also the dude that we heard earlier that found the formula that Takumi scribbled on the back of an essay when he was growing up. And that formula was used for the Noah project, for the delusions that they're doing. Suddenly, the voice from the speaker was cut short. And then a series of strange sounds came through from it, which meant their power had been cut off. Which meant that their power hadn't been cut off. Something was wrong. Oh my god, they're being shot. Oh my god, there's gunfire. After the gunshots came the raspy sounds of a man breathing raggedly. No. It's alright. You two got betrayed by, what's his name? Inohana Kozo? The guy, the main bad guy who we've had to fight before, I think. No, Norose. That's his name, Norose. Never mind, it's Norose. That's the guy. A final deathly scream. Then, with a dull click, the audio was cut short once more, and the speaker fell silent. An oppressive silence covered the room. What had just happened?
殺されたんじゃ。
殺された？誰に？
知らないよ。
I don't know, we didn't see it. What do you want me to do? The two voices were being broadcast from somewhere else, and the audio was coming out of the speakers. So how close were they to the room we were in? At the very least, they had to be somewhere in the building. Taking that into consideration, the culprit who killed those two had to be close by.
逃げようよ。殺人鬼がここに来るかも。
Takumi. We have so many other things to worry about here.
だから、殺人鬼って誰だ？なんであの二人は殺された？いや、殺されたと判断した根拠は？
落ち着け、セナ。
お前には聞いてない。
悲鳴聞いたでしょ。殺されたとしか思えないよ。
Who'd killed them? Shogun? But wait, wasn't Shogun supposed to be a member of Nozomi? No. That was just an assumption on my part. There was no evidence proving he had done anything to do with them.
逃げるのは少し面倒だ。このビルは崩れかかっている。あちこちに歪みが生じている。私がこの部屋に入ってきた直後に、入り口が瓦礫で塞がれてしまった。
It was just as Hatano said. But I had this nagging feeling. One that told me that, considering the way the walls and everything around us had collapsed, there was way more debris than there should have been. And a bad feeling about this. Well, it wasn't like I'd ever been to an abandoned building before, so I couldn't exactly judge the relationship between the way a room collapsed and the amount of rubble produced. The only thing I knew for sure was that we'd managed to escape being buried alive, but the fact that we were still locked in hadn't changed.
ディソードで壊せばいい。
It finally occurred to me that the bizarre resonant sound from earlier had finally stopped. Maybe the earthquake had destroyed the device that had been the source. I think it was called a porter? If that was true, then Sena might be able to get us out of here. I breathed a sigh of relief and waited to hear Sena's brilliant plan of escape. However, she didn't take out her D-sword. She simply continued to glare at Hatano-san.
あの二人と何を話していた？
昔話だ。互いに分かり合うことのできない。ね。
分かり合うことのできない？本当にそうか？今でもつながりがあるんじゃないのか？この半年、どこで何をしていた？今になってこの場所に都合よく現れたのはなぜだ？このビルのどこかで私たちをモニタしていたからじゃないのか？
私はこの半年渋谷を徘徊していただけの
Just longing for death. I'm just walking around. Nobody's killing me. I'm not killing me. I'm just walking around hoping I die at some point. I don't know.
転生振興会にも望みテクノロジーにも戻るつもりはない。
Sena gave a light click of the tongue and turned toward me.
あの二人が殺されたと思う根拠は
The gunshots, Sena! The gunshots and then the like weird sounds like he's dying.
それはだから
It's not that hard to think that here,
彼ら
Sena.
は敵が多い。
Hatsuno stepped in.
誰に殺されても納得できる。
お前には聞いてないと言っているだろう。
でもほら悲鳴とか銃声
A
が聞こえ
bunch
て
of gunshots.
本当にそうか。単なる演技の可能性は。そもそもスピーカーから聞こえていたあの二人の声はリアルタイムのものか。
What was she talking about?
地震対策がしっかりしている日本で、のぞみグループという日本を代表する巨大企業の本社ビルがこれほどの地震被害を受けている。それだけとんでもない地震が起きたということだ。そんな状況でなぜあの二人はこの部屋のスピーカーでベラベラと裏事情を話してくれたんだ。
Sena painstakingly enunciated her each and every word, as if to make sure I knew exactly what I was claiming. Classified information? What, like Noah 2 and the Third Melt? Not that I knew anything about them either way. Sena, I don't really think much of this matters, about the details about that. I don't think that's the thing that we have to worry about right now. I think we just want to get out of here. Have you considered that, Sena? Have you considered just leaving? I think we're worried about that.
奴らは裏事情を私たちに意図的に聞かせる必要があったのかもしれない。あの二人は実在しているのか。地震が起きる前にすでに死んでいた可能性。
Listen, they might have. I don't know, and I don't really care, frankly. Can we just leave?
西条、私もお前もこのビルに乗り込んでからあの二人とは一度も会っていない。
Yeah. They might have been dead the whole time, sure. But can we just leave?
でもモニターで喋ってた。
モニターの中でだろ。実際にあったわけじゃない。あんなものいくらでも細工できる。スピーカーについても言うまでもない。何か変だ。不可解だ。
Hatsuno, staring at me with wide eyes, interrupted Sena. Okay, I understand. Maybe is she claiming that all of this is just a delusion that's happening to us? Like every single bit of this is maybe. But we'll find out about that after this ad break. Oh my god. Enjoy 3 minutes of ads, gamers. Holy shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Welcome back. Hello. 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 We got a new meme that I've now noticed to add on to here. Oh. 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 Let me move this one. Move this like here, maybe? No, it's not gonna work. I gotta put like this, like... I gotta shrink this down. We gotta shrink this down a lot. It's gonna be hard to read. We'll put this one higher up. There you go. There you go. There you go. There's not a lot of room for us to work with because of how big I've made the game screen here, okay? But I'm not gonna shrink down the game screen for the memes, okay? I'm gonna do it like this. You can still barely read it. Oh well. Gonna have to deal with it. Okay, gonna have to deal with it. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Hold on, let me do it like this. Do it like this. Okay, there you go. Do we got enough memes? Do we got enough memes here, boys? Do we got enough memes? Alright. Let's continue. Where's my thing? There we are. Oh, put this back down here. Alright. I think we're almost done. I think. Hatsuno, staring at me with wide eyes, interrupted Sena.
西条匠君
What?
君がそうなのか
What is going on with your face here? Are your popular times here? What is going on with this face? What is this face? Can I like paste into here? Will it let me paste into here? It does not let me paste into here. Hold on. Can't be as popular times because it's Takami's? True. Wait. Like this. This is my face every day. This is my real face, actually. This is my real face. Wait. I got it. Nope, wrong button. Nope, wrong button. It's perfect. It's perfect. It was perfect. Perfect. It was perfect. It's perfect. It's literally me, for real. Literally me. It's me, for real. For real.
そうか。君が。
動くな。
Sena, in response to being ignored, called out to Hatano-san in a sharp voice.
もう一度聞く。お前はなぜここにいる？
お前たちを助けに来た。いや、殺されに来たというのが本心かもしれない。
心配しなくてもすぐに殺してやる。でもその前に質問に答えろ。私たちがここにいることをどうして知っていた？
強い心の呼びかけを感じた。
ギガロマニアックスでもないお前がどうしてそれを感じることができるんだ？いや、ギガロマニアックスでさえ心の呼びかけなんていう曖昧な妄想を感知できるのはごく一部だけだ。
Automod held your message because of the term "I'll kill you," but it's okay. I allowed it. "I'll kill you, don't worry." Valid. It's valid. Even then, only a fraction of gigalomaniacs can detect vague, undefined delusions such as that. Someone like Kazupi, for example. Come to think of it, I wonder how she's doing. Not good. She's not doing good right now. You have no idea, Takumi. Was she caught up in the earthquake? I hope she's safe.
本当に感じたのか？最初から知っていたんじゃないのか？私たちがこの部屋におびき寄せられたことを。
冷静になれ、セナ。憎しみに心を支配
Hatred is overtaking your heart, Sena.
冷静になれだと？ずっと殺したいと思っていた人間を目の前にして冷静でいられるはずがないだろう。
考えすぎてはいけない。物事は陰謀論ほど
It
複
is
雑ではない。
far simpler.
この場にお前が現れるのは都合が良すぎるんだ。最初から仕組まれたことじゃないのか？この部屋におびき出されて監禁された私たち、地震直後に現れたお前という存在、スピーカーからのこれ見よがしの陰謀論風な演説とその不可解な中断。そもそもこの部屋が望みのビルである確証もない。私たちが気絶している間に別の場所に運び込まれていたとしたら、
True.
望みのビルに内装だけ模してある部屋、地震など起きていなくて散乱している瓦礫も人為的に配置したもの。
The more words Sena threw out, the more unsure I became on what to believe. Sena is approaching this like it's Umineko before we even have a problem. Like, who cares? Let's just leave. Let's just leave, Sena. It felt like the very foundation of knowledge I had always relied on was collapsing. Like it had been pulled apart piece by piece.
疑心暗鬼は己を滅ぼす。
It's true, actually. He's right. Let him
気をしっ
cook.
かり持て。
Let him cook. He's right.
お前に名前を呼ばれたくはない。会話をするつもりもない。質問に答えろ。
地震は起きた。確実にだ。渋谷のあらゆる建物は崩壊しかかっている。死傷者。
Must be another.
それを証明。
See, the fucking game. Listen to these pauses.
確実にだ。渋谷のあらゆる建物は
What was that
崩壊し
pause?
かかっている。死傷者は
What was that
400
pause?
以上だろ
Why?
する方法を持っているのか？
う。その壁を崩してみるといい。お
With
前
your
の
D sword, of course.
理想度で。
Of course. Sena threw out her right hand as if she was shaking off something. Her D sword materialized in an instant. Materialized. Why did I say it like that? Materialized. Realize. Sena swung it down toward the wall without hesitation. The D sword smoothly cleaved through the wall like a hot knife through butter. But yeah, just pull out your dick, Sena. It's easy. It's very easy. The wall broke down. Immediately after, a fierce, chilly wind blew through the room, The scenery from behind the destroyed wall was laid bare before us. And what we saw there was literally destruction everywhere. Many people dead. It's not good. Shibuya transformed into literal ruins of death. Just a few hours ago, it had been crowded with people. Flash videos were playing at an insane volume from various jumbotrons, and it was overflowing with the glittering decorations, things all befitting of the City of Youth. But now, almost all the iconic buildings had collapsed, and those that had survived were either leaning at a sharp incline or had violent cracks gradually eroding away at them. Not a single car remained on the road. The asphalt had caved in at multiple points, and had risen up at many others. Pitch black smoke billowed from numerous locations and disappeared into the blackened sky. That was the Shibuya we saw from atop the skyscraper. Sena had only been jumping at shadows, and I was no better. There was no mistaking it. We were still on the 31st floor of the Nozomi building, and an earthquake had occurred. There was no telling when the building we were in would collapse. If the building were to fall, I'd have no chance of surviving. It would end with me being crushed under endless tons of rubble. I could be buried for all eternity, with my body never being found. I needed to get out as fast as humanly possible. Trembling violently, I surveyed the room. Huh? My eyes instinctively honed in on an object. A monitor that had fallen on the floor.
単なる地震でここまで被害が大きくなるはずがない。ノア2か。
そうだ。サードメルト。ノア2の最終稼働実験だ。
Is he saying, is Takumi referring to the giant monitor that is clearly not on the floor? Saying, wait a minute, that had fallen on the floor before. Why is it not on the floor now? Is that what he's referring to, or is there another monitor he's referring to, like the top right monitor that's just not there right now? What's... Half of the LCD screen was broken, so nothing was displayed on it. However, the remaining half was tenaciously staying lit. Okay, so something else, okay. I didn't think it'd been on when I looked earlier, but I wasn't completely sure.
サードメルト。お前も関わっているのか？
言っただろう。私はもう半年以上前に望みから逃げ出した人間だよ。
望みだけじゃない。お前は私や母さんや妹からも逃げたんだ。
ああ、認める。
Only half listening to Sena and Hatano-san's strained arguing, I crouched down in front of the monitor. There were letters on it. Text was being displayed. Takumi, are you seeing this? YN. What the... What? A chat room? They'd said my name. Why? Why had they said my name? What did they mean, are you seeing this? The whole thing creeped me out. Who'd written it? Their handle seemed to be corrupted. How did they know my name? How did they know I was in this building, let alone this very room? Maybe it was Grimm? I never asked him before, but what if he actually was some crazy super hacker all along? Maybe it was Shogun like usual. Is he reading my mind again? Prepping to give me my next quest? The sight of Nanami covered in blood resurfaced in my mind. Right. Nanami was being imprisoned somewhere. If this was in any way related to Nanami, she could be killed if I didn't respond to this message. I crouched down to the keyboard and had fallen down near the monitor and let out a single groan. I had no idea whether or not the keyboard was actually connected to the monitor. All I could do was pray it would work, and so I pressed the N key. What? Why would you press the N key? You are seeing this. What? Also, why did you have to make the sound forever when you're just typing one character? Guessed N. What do you mean you're not seeing this? What do you mean you're not seeing this? My input was reflected on the monitor. Seemed like I could use the keyboard to type in chat after all, under the temporary handle guest. I reply with N, i.e. no, since the message hadn't clarified what I was supposed to be seeing. What was I supposed to be seeing? Since I didn't know yet, I can answer why, I couldn't answer why, i.e. yes, until I knew more. Nanami's life could be at stake, so I had to be even more careful than usual. You responded to our queries, so I believe it's safe to assume you are seeing this. Ah, I see. Of course. Another message arrived. There's no time for comedy, Taku. I am grateful we were able to establish contact with you. We are the Committee of 300?
Overthinking time.
The Committee of 300 is reaching out to us? The Illuminati? The Illuminati is contacting us directly from a terminal prompt in the one building that we're in? Right now? From the collapsed building? Speaking directly to us? The Illuminati, basically? The base department? Are we one of the based members of the 300 now? Well, they do have 2 less members. So there's like room for 2 more people, I guess. Wait, so it wasn't Shogun? It was the Committee of 300? I'd heard the name over and over today. Those old guys that had supposedly been killed earlier, Kuramochi and Inohana. They had both said they were part of the Committee of 300. Nothing. Sena peeked over my shoulder at the monitor. I don't know. Yeah, that's Taku and Sena's in. We're both in. We're in the Committee of 300 now. Aoi Sena, you too are being monitored by us. All 3 of you are. Nishijo Takumi, Aoi Sena, and Hatano Ise. Alarmed, both my gaze and Sena's snapped to the ceiling. Are they watching us with security cameras? There are several things in the room that had looked like cameras, but all of them had been destroyed by the earthquake, and therefore weren't working. The other monitors were completely silent too. We are the Committee of 300. We are the Committee of 300, as our introduction already provided. Actually. Bullshit. Prove it. Do you got a source on that? Before I could even start typing, another message appeared. You needn't type. You're being monitored. Yeah, I mean, obviously, they were responding to you earlier. Why didn't you piece this together? You're being monitored in real time, however, not by traditional means. There are no surveillance cameras present in that room. The devices of your world are unnecessary, at least to us. To put it simply, understand that we possess the viewpoint of God, seeing all from a higher order layer of being. There is no possible way for you to verify this system, nor even the concept. In a similar manner, we regrettably have no means by which to validate us as the Committee 300 either. You simply will have to go by our word. So I think this is one of the points that was later on clarified when Anonymous Code came out recently. Because Anonymous Code's whole gimmick is at some point an Earth simulator was made, and then an Earth simulator was made within the Earth simulator. And supposedly, you know, there's multiple... Steins Gate introduces different world lines. Anonymous Code introduces world layers. So, like, there's, like... Supposedly, the science adventure worlds are all part of certain different world layers along with world lines or something like that. I forget how it works. But there's different types of time travel and metaphysical layer shenanigans going on. Supposedly, this might all just be a simulation. Supposedly. But the world is all within the simulation, meaning that it is still, like, its own world. But there might be a layer higher than that world, which is what the Committee of 300 would, I guess, be a part of, probably. But essentially, they would be able to manipulate these different layers. Or something like that. Something like that. I think that's what the connection is here, but I don't know. This is an attack from the Noah too?
西条、こいつが将軍の可能性は？
There's no way I could figure that out with how little we'd been given. Shook my head from side to side. To her, it probably looked like I was about to cry. Sena responded with an irritated click of her tongue.
さっき胃の花と倉持を殺した殺人鬼じゃ。
いや、むしろ可能性が一番高いのは、こいつが胃の花か倉持のどちらかということだろう。300人委員会を名乗ってるぐらいだしな。
Not anymore, they're fucking dead. Sena proceeded to point the tip of her D-sword at Hatano-san. She one-handed the gigantic, viciously sharp sword with incredible ease. Yes, her tip. Her tip, of course.
あるいは、お前の差し金による罠かもしれない。
Yeah, it was me. Please, kill Takumi. Oh, kill him. Yeah, he wants to die, so you might as well. You might as well. He wants to die, and make it quicker. Just do that. Squatting down to look at the monitor was tiring out my legs, and reading the text in the dark was equally taxing. To combat this, I shoved some debris off of a table and placed the monitor on top of it. Oh, he's using his brain! That's insane! There are 300 of them, after all.
いずれにせよ、こいつが本物ならという前提がつく。
Make the kind of daughter that will actually just kill you.
自分から名乗る黒幕はドラマや映画の中だけだ。
Only in TV and movies do you see the masterminds reveal themselves like this.
本物か偽物かという判断は今は重要なのはこの自称300人委員会メンバーが胃の花と倉持を殺した殺人鬼なのか。
こいつが犯人。
What? More question whether or not this love claim member is the one who killed. Oh, okay. In a similar land, we rarely you simply have to go by a word. Indeed, we disposed of Ino, Hana, and Kuramochi. They're already actually the culprit? So those two really were killed. They sought to betray us, you see. Of course. We have long been aware of this breach of faith. They were not disposed of because they were considered a threat. For the odds of their plan bearing fruit were null. It was simply necessary to eliminate programs that contain errors. This was merely some debugging, essentially. Essentially, it's a programmer thing. Okay, that's fine. Anonymous code, again. So there is internal conflict among the committee members, you say?
倉持たちがモニターしていた部屋からコンタクトしてきているかもしれない。
でもだったらなんでスピーカーを使わないの？
声を聞かれたくないからだろう。正体を知られたくないんだ。
僕らの知ってる誰かなの？
書き込んでいる男はかなり慎重だということだよ。いや、男かどうかも不明だが。
この書き込みをしているのが胃の花か倉持で単なる自作自演だとしたら。
胃の花と倉持の2人での仲違いだというのか？
そうかもしれないし、実は2人とも生きていて私たちを騙しているだけかもしれない。
騙す意図について推測できているのか？
I'm essentially waiting for it to... Okay, thank God it stopped when it did. We would prefer it if you didn't misunderstand. Neither Kuramochi nor Inohana were members of the Committee of 300. They were merely under the impression that they were, and it was us who implanted this idea within them. They proved convenient pawns in our guise. I'm just stuck at the word pawns. It truly is Umineko all over again. You gotta flip over the chessboard. Us true members... Oh, wait. The same can be said for all those involved in the Committee of 300 conspiracy theory. Us true members have yet to take the stage. Even if we were to consider doing so, that much is not possible. For we do not exist in your world.
このチャット相手との議論はしない方がいいかもし
Yeah,
れ
you
ない。
gotta use that bird's eye view. It's
相手の
okay.
意図が不明だ。
Yeah, shut up, Hatano. If what you say is true, then what exactly are you? Are you implying that you're God?
言葉しか見えないのでは、いくらでもフェイクの情報を織り交ぜることができる。
The advice was solid, but the text on the monitor kept appearing rapidly. I couldn't get a read on the guys behind the handle. They knew a terrifying amount of information about us. Calling us God would be appropriate. We are the 300, each of us with our own assigned districts. We are those who administer your world. Our administration aims to erase errors and establish order. Right as I finished reading everything that had been written up until that point, an idea suddenly popped into my head. It was something I had thought about many times before.
あなたはゲームマスターっていうこと？
Gamer brain Takumi is like, oh my god, it all is a game, and you guys are the players. You guys are controlling me.
ゲームマスター？どういう意味だ？
This implies this is us, right? This is what this implies? This is us?
演出で言えば開発者側ってこと。もっとわかりやすく言うなら中の人だよ。
ちっともわからないぞ。
Takumi, what the hell are you talking about? Rubbing her temples, a sour look crossed her face. Kids these days. Ishijo Takumi's explanation is accurate. We are the game masters.
おお、来たこれ。
Oh shit, it's happening! Oh shit, it's happening! We are the game masters who administer the progression of this MMORPG. What? You are all players, or perhaps NPCs. It's happening, it's happening. Takumi's dream is becoming real. Wait, we also had a tip. NPC, video game terminology, short for non-player character. A term used in tabletop RPGs that has recently been adopted into online games. As the name suggests, it is a character that is not controlled by a player. The theory I had delusions upon delusions about had all been true all along. There's a person outside my reality controlling me. Just like how I controlled Neidhart. Someone was controlling me in the same way.
だったら僕の中の人に言ってよ。キャラメイキングを今
Remake my character right now.
もっと僕を操作する腕を上げろって。
Yeah, bro, stop being so shit at this game, okay? You fucked up my life. I'm just a loser that saves the shipping container, jerking it to Arrowgay and my figures all day, okay? It's fucked up. You gotta remake my character, okay? Gotta make me cooler. I shouted that at the monitor. I felt Sena's puzzled gaze land on my back.
チートコード？
The reason we established contact with you is because we have a request. If you agree to cooperate, we have prepared a cheat code as compensation.
すごいぞ。チートは裏技みたいなものだよ。演数で言えば、そのコードを入力するだけでレベル1だったキャラを一瞬でレベル50にできたり、あとは
Wait, what? Your MMORPG has a cheat code to instant level from 1 to 50? In an MMORPG? That sounds shit. That sounds like shit.
ドロップ率 0.025% の超レアアイテムを何の苦労もせずにいきなり手に入れたりできるんだ。もしチートコードがあるなら僕はもう弱っちい気持ちじゃなくなるんだ。
He's such a loser.
本当の勇者になれるかも。三次元女子とも気取らずに喋られるようになる。
Oh my god. He's freaking out. He's like, oh god, please remake my character, please. I want to talk to 3D girls, please. Please. This was the exact epic plot moment I'd been hoping for. becoming the strongest and most popular character without any actual effort. I'd be totally OP. Video game terminology, short for overpowered. Used when referring to a character, ability, or some other thing in a game that is too powerful compared to everything else. Players often complain whenever faced with something they consider overpowered. But when they themselves find themselves using something on a similar level, they remain silent. After all, it's incredibly exhilarating to be in a position where you can trounce enemies left and right with no real difficulty. Holy shit, this is actually happening. The Committee of 300 are actually fucking gods. But like actually. It's so fucking awesome sauce. Holy shit. LOL. Awesome sauce. It's awesome sauce. God. Net slang, a degradation of the word God. Used to refer to extremely respected figures. Similar to God tier, a way of referring to something as if it were on the level of God, i.e. extremely good.
それがチートコードだとして本当にあると思うのか。このチャット相手は高次存在らしいが、そんな神のような存在が私たちと同じ言葉や用語を使っているのはなぜだ。これは罠だ。詭弁だ。
Unfortunately, your conjecture proves incorrect. I assure you, our usage of familiar terms to you is fully intentional. The words we frequently make use of do not exist in your world. Your belief or lack thereof lies with you. Choose not to believe us, and we will resort to entertaining other methods. I wanted to believe them. I didn't want to continue living in fear any longer. If I was able to get a power even stronger than Shogun's, I'd be able to live in peace. We are grateful for your cooperation, Nishijo Takumi. We would like for you to eliminate an error for us. We would like for you to eliminate an error for us. What you three know as Noah 2. It has the capability to severely disrupt the balance of the game, and in the worst case scenario, it may cause crashes, or even wipe the game data entirely. Yeah, is it not within your own power? At the present time, Noah 2 has effectively forced your world into autistic mode. Wait, what? In other words, it accepts only minimum interference from us. The game masters cannot directly intervene with the game. In the end, we are nothing more than your administrators. In order to eliminate errors, we require your cooperation. This is giving me a headache. Me too, Sena. Me too.
口から出任せにしか思えない。直接介入できないというなら、どうやってイノハナと倉持を排除した？
We have other cooperators. You may think of them all as debuggers.
私たちを利用したいだけだろ。
However, none of them hold the power necessary to destroy Noah 2. For this, we require the cooperation of gigalomaniacs. Hold on, wait, we got two things. Autistic mode. Autism is a neurological condition characterized by atypical communication and language development. In various Japanese sci-fi medium, the term autistic mode was adopted in order to describe a situation in which all communication is shut off, rendering the entity completely isolated from the rest of the world. Oh, I didn't know that. Apparently that's a thing in Japanese sci-fi media. I didn't know that at all. Featured in the sci-fi manga that popularized this term, cybernetically enhanced brains are one such entity. Ghost in the Shell? Ooh, is that what this is referring to? I don't know. Debugging. The process of removing and or fixing bugs in a program. The software dedicated for this task or the persons who do the debugging are known as debuggers. I've done this before. I've done this. Call it whatever you wish. We will not deny it. However, we are confident our interests align here.
巧妙だな。一連の書き込みを見ていると、300人委員会は実在しているとも実在していないとも取れる。これがノア2による攻撃である可能性もある。
でもイノハナと倉持がノア2を使って300人委員会を裏切ろうとしてたのは本当のことだったじゃないか。あいつら自身がそう説明してたよ。
あの時点から妄想による攻撃が始まっていたとしたら、さっきも言っただろ。 モニターやスピーカーで喋っていた猪花と倉持が本物である証拠は一つもない。
さっきからセナは疑ってばかりじゃないか。
この状況で信じられるのは自分だけだ。世界は全て電気仕掛けで、電気信号に細工するだけで簡単に見ているものを捏造できる。
Hold on. They said themselves. Delusion attack already started by then? Wait, what? Hold on. I had one of those moments where things were reading and I just kind of zoned out. I did not process anything that was just said. I think I went into autistic mode. Is that what they said when all communication shut off? I just did not understand any of this. Okay? I did not receive any of this. From this conversation, you could reasonably infer that the Community 300 does exist or does not exist. It is also possible this is an attack from Noah too. Okay, so this could just not be happening at all. Okay. Well, it's true that Kuromochi and Hana are going to betray the Community 300. They said so themselves. What if the delusionary attack had already started by then? Stand by what I said before. We don't have a single shred of evidence that the Inohana Kuromochi talking through the monitor and speaker were actually real. Borgism? Yeah, true. True. Borgism. Sena, you've been suspicious of everything since we've got here. True. Literally everything. In a situation like this, the only thing you can trust is yourself. The entire world is an electronic device, and by simply manipulating electrical signals, you can easily fabricate what we perceive. Bro, Sena! Sena! You can't, what do you want to do with that? You're just gonna, how do you live in this world dealing with that shit, Sena? You literally have to doubt every single fucking thing that happens, even if it doesn't matter?
ここから見える崩壊した渋谷の光景も、
Bro.
この瓦礫だらけの部屋も、300人委員会を名乗る存在からの書き込みも、今この場でこうして話している西条や。
Sena shot a glance at Hatano-san.
この男ですらも偽物かもしれないんだ。
Sena's just a big fan of Light Yagami. True, actually.
セナ。
If your mind is but an electronic device, actually, I just imagine them always every time being like, actually. If your mind is but an electronic device and your feelings electronical signals, then the hatred you feel towards your father must also be programmed in. This applies to human death as well, actually. Therefore, you have no need to feel any more of the sadness you feel over the cruel deaths of your mother and younger sister. Do you deny this? Sena gritted her teeth. Her expression grew angrier and angrier.
これは妄想だ。私の心への攻撃だ。惑わされないぞ。
Well, then, here's our proposition. If you succeed in destroying Noah 2, we shall revive your mother and younger sister. Yeah, we could do that, actually.
セナ、言葉に流されるな。この書き込みが精神攻撃かもしれないと言ったのはお前自身だ。
でも
She was very easily manipulated.
チートコードなら可能かも。何しろ相手は神だし。
Okay.
本当なのか。
All the things that make up this world are electronic devices. You said so to yourself, Aoi Sena. If we were to examine electronic devices at a more conceptual level, you would find that they are composed merely of digital data, actually. Concepts such as life and death are just more fabrications. Bringing a person back from death exactly as they were, with all their members intact, would present no trouble at all. For us game masters, that is. Can you really do that? She folded way too fast for someone who doesn't trust anything. True. Insane how quickly she folded. Shit. There we go. He's doing the face again.
現実に蘇ることなどない。
うるさい。お前は黙ってろ。
心の負い目につけ込まれているぞ。相手は巧妙だ。 こいつは神などではない。今確信した。
I've now fully concluded this.
神は自己完結した存在でなければならない。生死の概念そのものを持ち合わせていないし、理解できない。そういう存在だ。
黙れと言ってるだろ。お前の宗教観は聞いてない。
What is he saying? A god's existence must be self-contained. It should have no knowledge of the concepts of life and death. And it should not have the capability to understand them. I mean, that's not true. What the fuck are you even talking about? Thought you were a scientist. What is this shit? Sena's D-sword once again found itself pointed at Hatano-san.
元はといえばお前がいけないんだ。お前が母さんを殺しさえしなければ。
その償いはするつもりだ。私を殺しても構わない。むしろ私はそれを望む。だから母さんを蘇らせようなどという虚言を信じるな。
そうやって逃げようとするのが一番許せないんだ。
Yeah, it looks like Sena's stabbing Taku. Oh, because of the wide Taku. His popular times are here, though. Don't worry, he's having a blast. Oh, for fuck's sake. Now wasn't the time for another father-daughter screaming match. Maybe I should just leave these two behind. Then I could go and take the cheat code for myself. Fuhihihi. He didn't say the fuhihihi, but I heard it. I heard him do the fuhihihi. I heard it. I heard it through the TTS. I heard him do it.
今決めた。お前は殺さない。ノア2を破壊して母さんが生き返ってもお前には合わせない。
Get you the kind of woman that will kill your meme. True.
そして一生後悔し続けろ。
The rest of your fucking life.
どこまでも純粋だな、セナ。
Why do you have to change this sprite when you say that? This face looks so awkward.
感情に突き動かされながら電気仕掛けの世界を願うか。すまない。私がお前をそうさせてしまった。
父親面をするな。今さらそんな顔しても私はお前を認めない。おい、私たちを見ているお前。
Sena looked toward the ceiling and shouted out.
チートコードの入手方法を教えろ。
Hatano said nothing more. All he did was stand there with a sad look on his face. Yeah, it is a really sad look on his face, don't worry. His shoulders sagged. It seems you've finally come to your senses. The cheat code has already been sent to your world.
鍵は
The cheat code has already been sent to your world. However, that being said, our ability to interfere freely has been inhibited. We were not able to place it where you are now. We must ask you to retrieve it for us. It is located underground in Shibuya Station. You will find it in a coin locker near the ticket gate of the Fukutoshin line. It has been placed in locker 11009. Aoi Sena, you possess an IC card for public transportation, yes?
さすが神、用意がいい。
A coin locker is a type which uses an IC card to lock, authenticate, and give payment. The data required has already been sent to Aoi Sena's card. God's pretty prepared here.
チートコードってどんな形をしてるの？
This is something not even we know. Whatever item present in your world that has taken the form of is unimportant. Regardless of its form, once you obtain the code, the moment you fulfill the condition, the cheat code will activate. To fulfill the condition, you need to simply destroy the item it has taken the form of. The target, Noah 2, is located directly above the coin locker. It can be found in the planetarium near the east entrance of Shibuya Station. Upon obtaining the cheat code, you must destroy the planetarium, and with that, everything will fall into place. We pray for your success. Pew! The monitor immediately went black. With only a dull click, the committee was gone, even though we hadn't touched a thing. I was overflowing with excitement. I met God, the person controlling me. The world turned out to be structured in a multi-layered fashion, and I was able to talk to someone on a higher level, or higher layer. I could get a real-life cheat code. I could say farewell to my shitty life forever. I'd become invincible. Nobody, and I mean nobody, would be able to scare me anymore. Shogun, Yua, and Nozomi Technology would no longer be my enemies. I'd won in life! I wanted to head for Shibuya Station immediately. I wanted to get my hands on that cheat code as soon as possible. But despite that, Sena continued to waste time. She kept her sword pointed directly at Hatano-san. Her head hung low.
セナ、行かないの?
Sena, hearing my call, let out a small sigh, then lowered her sword. Without so much as a glance at Hatano-san, she walked straight past me, and then she casually swung her D-sword. And with that, the rubble blocking our path was cleanly dispersed. Iko. She spoke in a subdued voice, one that was far removed from the rage she had been showing only a moment prior. Alright, we're going. Hatano Issei watched his daughter and Nishijo Takumi leave until they fell out of sight. Once they did, he took a seat in the middle of the rubble. I wish to talk to God for just a moment longer. As he became the last remaining person in the room, he said those words into the air. His daughter, Sena, had looked like she had something to tell him, but instead, she had simply thrown a sharp glare his way, only to click her tongue, turn her head away, and leave without saying a word. Nothing had escaped Hatano's lips either.
300人委員会まだ
He faced the silent pitch-black monitor and called out to it. There was no response for a while, leaving Hatano to continue staring emptily at the monitor. Eventually, the screen roared back to life, displaying the chat log from before. Oh, it actually worked. Yes. Or Y. I responded Y, meaning yes.
なぜセナと西条
With Shibuya in his current state, actually, they were the gigalomaniacs with the highest likelihood of establishing contact with.
どのような定義なのか
That is all. Okay, stop. I'm trying to read.
実験場か
Christ.
牧場か
Christ. That is all. There's no ulterior motive behind that. As a committee of 300, however, precisely would you define this world? A game? Grounds for experiment? A farm for livestock? The worldwide human domestication project is merely a delusion born of a certain selection of conspiracy theorists. As was stated before, we did not directly intervene in your world. The human domestication project, a term that would find its way into any discussion about the famous Committee of 300 conspiracy. Those who knew of the conspiracy speculate that the Committee of 300 means to establish a one-world government, to unify the world, and once they do, they shall guide the world through the creation of a new world order. Aside from a selection of chosen people, all of humanity will be subjected to semi-permanent brainwashing applied via a silent weapon, turning them into mindless slaves, just like livestock. Their flesh, milk, labor, children, and very lives shall endlessly be stolen away by the elite. Should this be realized, it would perhaps be humanity's cruelest, most systematic utopia of all. Unknowingly having their will stolen from them and being automated as livestock, the remains of humanity will be constantly exploited, all while continuing to live their lives in blissful ignorance. As they would have no way to know of their exploitation, they would never raise any objection nor rebel against their circumstances.
世界人間牧場計画が妄想だとしても沈黙の兵器は妄想ではない現にノア2が存在している
That is related to our current error. The error born from you, Nishijo Takumi, and Norose Genichi. We are putting our best efforts into fixing this error.
無自覚の奴隷としてお前たちに搾取され続けるのか
As Hatano spoke, a horrifying possibility stemming from his own words came to him, and his brow furrowed.
世界人間牧場計画はすでに完了している
You produce an interesting concept, but that is not quite the right way to put it. To correctly express it from the viewpoint of God, you were all already livestock from the moment of this world's inception. Nevertheless, this was nothing but a hypothetical.
300人委員会にとってこちらの世界はゲームなのか実験場なのか牧師
And as far as Hatsuno, fell silent. The time has come.
時間
Actually, the Community 300 must remain an entity of shadow. One that is spoken of only in conspiracy theories. I can't believe Shadow was a member of the Committee of 300 the whole time. I always knew it. I always knew it. Actually, I knew it. Anyone who knows too much must be disposed of, much like Inohana and Kuromochi before you. None of you are exceptions to this rule. You three became pawns the moment we established contact. Pawns fulfill the... Oh, I was reading that! Pawns fulfill roles something. That is our rule. I don't... What did it say? I was reading that. The monitor abruptly went black. This was no different than a death sentence. Is there like a way to get it to not skip that shit? I mean, it's too late now because it's not going to happen. Yeah, no, that's not going to be a part of any of those. Okay, well, whatever. The monitor abruptly went black. It was no different than a death sentence.
Sena.
Clamping his teeth down on his lip, Hatano frantically stood up. If he left now, perhaps he would still be able to catch the two of them before they reached Shibuya Station. He had to tell them it was a trap. He did not want to let his daughter die. After killing his wife and second daughter, it was the only family he had left. No matter how much hatred she held for him, all he wanted was for her to live. For this reason, Hatano ran. And yet, in the end, he was not able to escape the Nozomi Technology Building. For before he could, the sound of an explosion combined with a furious vibration ripped through the building. It was not collapsing due to the earthquake, however. The sound alone told him it was by the hand of man. But knowing this did not change his fate. The ground beneath his feet collapsed, and as if the lid had been lifted off the cauldron of hell itself, the earth opened wide and swallowed up the insignificant existence that was Hatano Ise. Everything's fine, right? Everyone's having a good time out here? Going on a walk through Shibuya finally helped things sink in. I finally came to terms with just how terrifying the earthquake that hit the city truly was. Not a single trace of the once dazzling city remained. The city was dead. Shibuya was now a city of death. Countless unmoving bodies littered the streets, some lying alone, others piled on top of another. Various sections of the main road were deeply stained with pools of blood. Nothing was alive. Everyone was dead. Everyone. Even the people screaming. They're also dead. They just don't know it yet. Hatano-san had said something earlier about the casualties being in the thousands, and the sole cause of all this suffering was Noah too. This wasn't a natural disaster. It wasn't even a kind of disaster at all. This was an atrocity, a massacre. Sena, who was just a few steps ahead of me, had an intense look of sorrow on her face. Hatano-san hadn't come with us. We had left him behind at the Nozomi Technology Building. They were father and daughter, apparently, but they didn't really act like it. It felt like Sena had some sort of one-sided, intense hatred toward her father. They had mentioned Sena's mother and younger sister during the conversation. Just another beautiful day in Canada, you know? Just another beautiful day. What had happened between the two of them? Whatever it was, it must have been what had led to Sena's heart and mind being broken. Despite me wondering that, I didn't plan on asking for some detailed account of what happened or anything. Not that I knew how to in the first place. Besides, our number one priority at the moment was obtaining the cheat code. Once we had that, I wouldn't need Sena to protect me anymore, and be able to live on my own. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from behind me. Thinking it was another earthquake, I immediately got down on my hands and knees, but the ground wasn't what was shaking. Slowly and cautiously, I looked behind me, toward where the Nozomi main office we were just in should have been standing. Smoke was pouring into the sky. It looked like the end result of an erupting volcano, and the building that should have been there wasn't there. Oh God, had it collapsed? But Hatsune-san was still in there. Everything's fine. A small whimper escaped Sena's lips. She looked up at the smoke filling in the sky in a daze. After a moment, she noticed my gaze and quickly turned the other way. However, her shoulders continued to tremble. It should have been me, not him. It's not fair. It should have been me, not him. It's not fair.
だったらあの人も生き返らせればいい。
Once we got our hands on the cheat code, we could do that. There was no reason we couldn't, as long as we believed that had said.
殺すために生き返らせるのか。非効率的だな。
Sena laughed to herself, but her voice was muffled by her tears. I didn't really know what to say to her, so I just hung my head. Alright, let's get going. Let's go get to this coin locker here. Sena fought back her tears for a while, but eventually as she made her way up... as she'd made up her mind about something, she started moving forward once again, and now not a single tear remained on her face. I hurriedly followed after her. And we'll find out what happens next after this quick ad break. Oh my God, we will see you in 3 minutes, gamers. Stay safe. Woo! And we're back. Hello. Hello, we're back. We're back. We're back. Did I say we're back, gamers? We're back. Hello. Hello. Underground Shibuya Station was home to both the Hanzomon line and the newly constructed Fukutoshin line, which had a far more complicated structure to it. There was also a Ginza line platform located 2 floors above ground, but it was still treated as a subway surface. Ask pretty much anyone, and they tell you the place was pretty much a dungeon. And not only that, but the earthquake had caused all stairways leading underground to collapse, and now they were all buried in rubble. Sena had been able to use her D-sword to blast away the rubble and clear a path for us, so it hadn't posed much of a problem. But due to lack of proper lighting, finding the right coin locker had been taking a lot more time than expected. And if that weren't enough, the air filtration system had stopped, leaving the air disgusting and filled with dust. My coughing refused to stop to the point where I felt like I was going to die. And the stench of death wafting off of the scattered corpses didn't help either.
これか。
Sena had finally located the coin locker, which was somehow standing tall with no signs of any noticeable damage. To our astonishment and subsequent relief, the locker still had power running to it, something that was made clear by the bright glow of the IC card reader. As she came so hard the ruffle vanished, oh boy. Please make a selection was displayed on the screen. Retrieve and deposit were the only 2 buttons available.
本当にこんな何の変哲もないロッカーに。
We'll open it up and we'll find out. The locker had been there since before the earthquake. A whole bunch of customers who would have passed through here before us. On a normal day, no one would have paid it any money. Is it going to be a gun? Is the cheat code a gun? Please tell me the cheat code is a gun. The ultimate cheat code to most problems? A gun? Just how many people actually use lockers like these in the first place? I couldn't imagine there'd be that many. Upon closer inspection, it occurred to me that almost all the other lockers were buried in rubble. And behind that single closed door was something beyond imagination. Urban legends like that had been floating around for decades, and it wasn't especially strange or anything like that. It was fairly grounded in reality, actually. A small container that you could find very easily throughout your ordinary life, housing something extraordinary. That was the idea behind it. When I pushed the retrieve button, a message popped up saying, "Please scan your card."
箱の中に残っているのは希望か、あるいは絶望か。
Kibo? Zetsubo? Which is it? Sena dug out her IC card from her pocket and slowly approached the screen. When an electronic beep, the sound of a lock releasing came from the locker. The sound echoed ominously throughout the dead, silent underground. Sena and I stood anchored to the spot, and then we both checked our surroundings. We had at last come face to face with the cheat code. What form it'd take, neither of us knew. Please, don't let it be something gross or anything gory. Personally, if I had the choice, I'd want it to be a Saratan figure. Yeah, that'd be the best possible outcome. Sena wiped off the sweat beading on her brow.
1009番だったな。
Yeah. That's it. The locker we were looking at was the second from the left and third from the top. The door was fairly big and it had 1009 written on it. The locker was ever so slightly ajar. All we could see inside that slight gap was uncertain, unending darkness. Sena and I stared at the locker, frozen in place. You open it. Even though she didn't say it out loud, I could feel Sena telling me that. Granted, I was doing the same thing, so we were both equally cowardly. Come on, you do it, I told her inside my head. I thought about letting a game of rock, paper, scissors make the decision for us, but it wasn't the time to mess around like that.
セナが
Should open it, was what I was going to say, but I was interrupted.
開けろ、西条。
Yeah, you're opening it, Nishijo. Sena took a step back and readied her sword.
もしもの場合は、私
Ah,
が援護する。
so that's the excuse you want to go with, okay. What the hell do you mean, just in case?
急げ
I still felt like she was going to stick me with the tip of her sword any second now. Is that what you want talking to me? Is that what you're hoping for? My throat went dry from anxiety, but my recently unearthed hope resurfaced once again. If I surpass this trial, I can become a hero. And with this adage etched upon my heart, I summoned all of my remaining courage. I placed my hand on the half-open locker door.
開けるよ。
うひひ、ペグイングタイム。
Pegingu taimu. I slowly opened the door. Pegingu taimu. It opened easier than I expected. And inside I found... Oh
なん
no!
だこれは。
No, wait, no, don't tell me it's gonna be what I'm thinking it is. I'm immediately thinking it's going to be Sena's dead sister. And it's gonna fuck with her. I'm immediately thinking it's gonna be something horrible. Sena and I peeked into the locker at a loss for words. How is that gonna help anyone? It's gonna set Sena crazy. Probably. And then she's gonna do some crazy shit and destroy the Noah too. Probably. A white bundle of cloth. It was bigger than I expected. But right when I reached out to touch it. She's alive? What? I pulled my hand back in a panic at the sudden voice. It's... no way, it's...
赤ちゃん。
Akachan? Alive baby had been in the locker? I mean, it had been decades since then, but abandoned children being found in coin lockers had been a fairly large social issue at one point. But for it to be happening now? Wait, that didn't matter right now. Where was the cheat code? Takumi, this is the cheat code. I double-checked the locker number. It was unmistakably 1009. So that must have meant... Oh, look at this. Look at that. Alright, you're a mom now, Sena. You're a mom now, Sena. Sena gently picked it up as she continued to wail. As it continued to wail. Handling it like a fragile object that would fall to pieces if she let go of it. The baby's cries grew louder and louder. Sena grimaced as her body stiffened and locked in place. She looked at me with pleading eyes.
西条。助けろ。どうしたらいいんだ。
Mommy Milky is from Sena when? Yo, we gotta chill. What are you, is Takumi taking over your brain here? Yeah, now is not the time here. We gotta save the world. Why ask me? I think you should let me, what? Let it suck on your tits? Yeah. Takumi! Takumi literally thought the same thing as you. Immediately. Immediately! Immediately! It's you! Immediately! Burn in hell. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Her glare pierced through me. Did she overheard my delusion just now?
多分この赤ちゃんがチートコードだよ。
I mean, if we thought about what they said... If the baby was the cheat code, it would activate. It wouldn't activate unless we destroyed it. Oh. 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 Destroy it. In other words, kill it. I went silent, and Sena glared daggers at me. She shielded the baby with her arms.
できない。できるわけないだろう。 あの地震をこんな暗くて狭い場所でたった一人で生き延びたんだぞ。
それはチートコードだよ。地震が起きた後にここに現れたんだ。それは人間じゃない。そう見えてるだけで。
あの自称300人委員会の言葉を信じればな。もし違ったら、あるいはもともとここに置き去りにされていたこの子に後からチートコードだけを埋め込んだかもしれないんだぞ。
I cowered at Sena's horrifically menacing look. Even so, I frantically shot back my rebuttal without looking her in the eye.
だってしょうがないじゃないか。それを壊さないとチートが。
If I lost Sena here, I'd end up losing the cheat code, and I'd stay an otaku freak for the rest of my miserable life. Takumi's just like, listen. All it takes to not become an otaku freak is to kill a baby. I'll kill baby right now. What baby? I don't know any baby anymore. I already killed it like half an hour ago. Well, you want me to kill a baby? I'll kill a baby. I don't want to be an otaku freak.
この子に触ってみろ、西条。この子のぬくもりを感じてみろ。こんな小さい子、お前は殺せるのか？
Lady, you have no idea. You have no idea how fucking insane Takumi is, okay? Of course I can't. I'm completely harmless. That's why you need to do it, Sena. But I couldn't actually say any of that.
セナは矛盾してる。ここに来るまでは やる気満々だったじゃないか。世界は電気仕掛けなんでしょ。だったらその子も単なる人形だ。
でも泣いてる。
Is that all it takes? Is that all it takes? Sena gently embraced the baby. She had such a tender and loving expression on her face. I couldn't believe she was the same ill-tempered girl from before.
この子は
They're crying.
今泣いてるんだ、西条。
They're crying, Nishijo. She was a total mess. Has Sena been just a complete fucking schizo all along?
チートを発動させてノア2を壊さなきゃ君の家族だって生き返らないぞ。なんでためらうんだよ。
この子は生きているからだ。殺せない。私には。
だったら自分が殺してあげるっすよ。
Oh shit, Darth Spider's here. He's ready to fuck up everything. It's over, boys. It's already over. Darth Spider's here, and guess what he's got? He's got a fucking gun. We didn't get a gun, we got a fucking baby.
Huh?
And he just used the gun immediately. Fair. That's the real cheat code. A thunderous roar. Unsure of what had just happened, I reflexively crouched down. Staying like that, I took a look around me and spotted a single silhouette standing outside the Fukutoshin Line ticket gate. They were gripping something that looked like a gun, and they were pointing it in our direction. Sena croaked, and when I looked over at her, I saw her hands covered in blood. But it wasn't hers. It was coming from the baby she was cradling. The white towel the baby was wrapped up in was turning crimson. Oh, so because he killed the baby, does that mean he gets the cheat code? Are we fucked now? Sena's entire body trembled violently. Wowee! The man continued to walk toward us with the most casual smile on his face. On his back, the man wore a rucksack that clashed heavily with his suit.
こんなところで何の相談してるんすか？っていうかその赤ん坊、なんなんす？もしかしてあれっすか？
Our secret love child.
できちゃった？
Did you do it?
高校生はなってないっすね。
High schoolers these days.
ま、別にどうでもいいっすけど。自分は君たちを始末しに来たんすよ。
You two asswipes.
ノア2の近くで目障りなことされると困るんで。
Taku? Having segs? That virgin? No. Was he related to Nozomi? I felt like I'd seen him somewhere before. He was carrying a gun. Normal people didn't carry a gun. He was gonna kill us. We had to run.
さて、それじゃあまずそっちの危なっかしい通り魔女子高生から始末しましょうかね。
The hyper dangerous spree killer hiding in a high school girl's body. The man raised his gun and pointed it directly at Sena, but she didn't react at all, still clutching the baby she had broken down in sobs. What do I do? I've got the cheat code now. What the hell do I do? I should be invincible now. There's no way I can protect Sena. If I'm invincible, then I can be reckless and stupid and be perfectly fine. I don't think that's how that works. You don't know that. Yeah, you just fucked yourself. I had shielded Sena. A fierce pain exploded in my chest, followed by burning heat that felt like I had caught on fire. My uniform was stained in blood. I'd been shot.
おーっとかっこいいっすね、西条匠くん。
かっこいいですね。
身を挺して女を守るなんて男の鏡っす。でもそれもいつまで持つかな。
He's just gonna keep shooting us. Each time a gunshot ripped through the air, another bullet opened a hole in my body. It's okay, we're fine though. We'll walk it off. My blood splattered everywhere. The pain eroded my nerves. Sena was still frozen in place, looking at me with tears in her eyes as she cradled the baby. Over half of the white towel was now covered in a deep shade of red. I could no longer tell if the blow was mine or the baby's. Yeah, you think? Yeah, you think? It's a little too late for that. It's fine. Yeah, we got a cheat code. We got a cheat code. What does that mean? I don't know, but we got a cheat code. This wasn't good. I was gonna lose consciousness. It hurts. 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 I never asked to go through pain like this. With the cheat code, I should be invincible. But if Sena doesn't activate it, I'm gonna die. I could feel him getting closer to me. I could sense a sinister bloodlust overflowing from him. Something cold and solid was pushed into my back. Felt like my wounds were being grilled over hot coals, as that cold sensation clawed through them.
よく頑張ったっすね。でもこれで終わりっす。この至近距離で心臓をズドンとやれば、さすがのギガロマニアックスでも死亡確定っすから。
A point blank bang to the heart. Not even a Gigglomaniac could survive that one. Sena only continued to cry. This was it. For all that grinding to get the cheat code, none of it mattered in the end. You could just see him barely through all the red. You could see his evil fucking face. Burn in hell, you little shit. Oh, locked in? The sensation on my back suddenly disappeared. I thought I'd just been shot, but it wasn't a gunshot that I'd heard. It was the sound of the air itself shaking. White feathers shimmered and danced through the air. As we were underground, there shouldn't have been any birds here. Despite my consciousness turning foggy and the pain ripping through my entire body, I slowly managed to turn around. And there I saw... It's Remy!
Remy?
Clasped in her hands was a sword so elegant, so beautiful, yet its form was unendingly sinister. I'd never seen anything like it. It was Remy. Remy, who had disappeared on me before, was here. She looked at me with a smile filled with sorrow. A large quantity of blood poured from the man's arm. Everything from the elbow down had been severed. The hand holding the gun rolled around on the ground. Had Remy done that? Bitch! Oh, damn.
俺の手をよくは
ナナちゃんにひどいことしたくせに。
意味
Remy avoided my dumbfounded gaze. She simply stood in front of the man shielding us.
早く外へ。事情は大体理解してるから。ノア2を壊して、青井さん
Yeah, let's go.
タク
Let's go, we're locked in. That sharp voice brought me back to my senses. But when I tried to move my body even just a little bit, I was tortured by unrelenting pain. I wanted to collapse on the spot. I didn't want to move, I didn't want to think, but most of all, I didn't want to die. My consciousness was fading. I was fully aware of the blood flowing out of my wounds, covering my entire body. Despair and the fear of death threatened to overwhelm me, but I fought them back and held on to Sena's shoulders.
行こう。今のうちに。
すまない。日常、私をかばって。
Sena's eyes were clouded with tears. It was the first time I'd ever seen her crying face. I guess even level-headed women like Sena cried sometimes. I noticed something else as I held her shoulders. Her body was incredibly frail. I was sure that wasn't unique to Sena. It probably applied to all IRL girls, really. Her body was slender as well, something guys just didn't share. On a normal day, she exuded an aura of confidence, arrogance, and so much overwhelming vigor. It felt like she could crush me with it. But at the end of the day, she really was still a girl. It'll be alright. Don't cry, Sena. It was just to use the... If we just use the cheat code, it'll heal all these wounds in an instant. It has to. Believing that, I grit my teeth and walked forward. Behind me, I heard the sound of a strange mechanical sound and a shrieking resonance tangling with one another, but I refused to look back anymore. We made it above ground. A trail of blood marked the path we walked. Lost a lot of blood. The intense heat I'd been feeling in my wounds had been replaced with an unbearable chill. No matter how much I tried to keep it under control, my body kept violently shivering. My teeth wouldn't stop chattering. Looking up, I saw the planetarium standing before us. But the moment I did, I realized something was off. The surrounding buildings had almost entirely collapsed, and the ones that were still standing were covered in cracks and fissures. And yet, the planetarium was completely intact. Not only that, but I thought the building was supposed to have been demolished years ago. But it stood tall in front of me. Why? Why hadn't I realized this until now? Why hadn't I questioned it either? Was this because of some gigalomaniac's power, or was it Noah 2's doing? At any rate, the reason I noticed must have been because of the cheat code. Now we just need to activate it, and then we should be able to destroy the planetarium. Without me supporting her any longer, Sena fell to her knees. She was still heartbroken. Even talking was agonizing now. Sena looked back and forth between me and the baby, making her look like she was shaking her head no. But all she did besides that was tremble. I was running out of time. My vision was going blurry. If we didn't activate the cheat code, I was going to die. Baby's dead anyway, right? Yeah, I don't think she knows how to activate the cheat code, though. Does she have to eat the baby like your mom did? Is that what she has to do? It's kind of too late for that, Sena. Damn it, I couldn't rely on Sena anymore. I had to do it on my own somehow. I reached out my hand to the blood-stained baby Sena was cradling. You're not gonna kill the baby? I'll kill the baby. Give me the baby. Give me the baby. I'll kill the baby. But Sena refused to let go. Taking charge, I wrestled Sena's hands away as she looked at me in horror and forcefully grabbed the baby. She broke down crying. Ignoring her wails, I clutched the baby. Cheat code, activate. Lend me your power. Oh shit, we're locked in. Oh shit. My D-sword. Did the baby turn into my D-sword? Suddenly I noticed it. A strange color, shrouded in faint light. A shining sword was lying at my feet. A D-sword. Forgetting all about the pain, I took hold of it. Dick obtained. Let's go. Despite being so long and gigantic, it was shockingly light. It was almost like I was holding nothing but thin air. I now knew for sure this was a real D-sword. It was no fake. Hot damn, cheat code. To think I finally got my hands on a D-sword this easily after struggling to get one for so long. Summoning all my remaining energy, I stood up. My wounds hadn't healed, but I was invincible now. Wounds this bad just took a minute to heal, that's all. Sena was utterly useless now. I'll destroy Noah 2 myself. I felt power overflowing from deep within, from the very core of my body. It felt like there wasn't anything I couldn't do. I had obtained power rivaling that of God himself. I brandished my sword. My target was the planetarium, illuminated ominously by the surrounding light. I'll destroy you. A gunshot echoed throughout the air. Blood spewed from my chest. Soon after, I was hit with an intense pain. For a moment, I stopped breathing. My vision went black. I had an awful feeling writhing in the depths of my throat, and the taste of blood spread throughout my mouth as I coughed violently. That guy from earlier, had he shot me again? Had Rumi failed to hold him off? I looked around, only to be absolutely astonished by what I saw. Was it Sena? There were tons of people, all crowded around me and Sena. Oh shit. They all had dead eyes. They were all holding guns, and they were all aimed at me. Every single one of them was whispering something. Oh no, it's the church. Oh no, we're fucked. It's the church. They've armed the church. The church has guns. Mr. President, get down! They all fired in unison. Countless lead bullets penetrated my body, boring out my flesh, slicing through my bones. They heard he had sex before marriage, and they've come for him. I mean, that makes sense. That's fair. I was assaulted by impact after impact. My body danced around by an order not my own, just like a marionette. The pain stabbed at my consciousness. It felt like I was going to pass out. Even still, I desperately kept standing. My D-sword was still raised high, held aloft in one of my hands. I'll destroy it. I prayed. I'll destroy Noah too. No matter how desecrated my body is, I won't die. I can't die. I swung down. Oh my god, we could do this? Jesus! The D-sword drew a trail of red light. A brilliant flash burst into the night sky. The blade of light tore through the endless night and descended down upon the planetarium dome below. Oh my god. Only to be deflected by some unseen force. It's like there had been some sort of invisible wall. The light emitted by the D-sword was refracted, and dispersed. Silence. Sena, me and the people who have been shouting at me. Sena, me, and the people who had been shooting at me. We all simply stared dumbfounded. Even with the cheat, it didn't work? Was Noah too indestructible? I'd try again. I couldn't let it end like this. I coughed up blood. Greasy sweat stung at my eyes. I could barely feel the pain anymore. My senses were already starting to disappear. My nerves might have been paralyzed. One more swing. I'm strong. I'm the strongest in the world. My strength stat should be so high. I should be absolutely OP. So I just need one more swing. I raised my sword overhead. Along with a woman's scream, they fired wildly once again. Sena covered my body with hers. I guess Sena had saved me this time.
Sena.
Aww. We both get to die together. Sena tightly, ever so tightly, embraced my blood-soaked body. She grasped the hand I held my D-sword with. Sena's body was so warm. Hell, it was closer to hot. It had to be the heat of her blood, drawn out by the gunshot wound she'd suffered just now. The heat of the pulse of life ran through her body. There they go. They're locked in. They are locked in. Oh shit. For the baby. For the baby. We don't even know the baby, but we'll do it for the baby. With our powers combined. Power of friendship, power of sex, power of dick. With our combined dick sword grip strength, we will defeat the entire Noah 2 project. We'll always be together. When we die, when we fight, we'll always be together. Are they just getting married? Is this the marriage ceremony so they can have sex? Yeah, who cares about bringing back the dead? Who would want to do that? Source of everything. Sena's voice rang throughout my fading consciousness. So she had finally come back to her senses, huh? Completely exhausted and covered in tears, she shielded an otaku freak like me, and now she was covered in blood. We were both dyed a deep crimson. But I really did feel her passion. Her voice really did reach me. Oh shit. Let's go. Well, let's keep cutting. Together we raised the D-sword high. I could still hear gunshots firing around us. But that wouldn't stop us anymore. My power was overflowing more than ever before. I felt a strong life force gushing out of Sena. With this godly power, we would destroy the machine that rivaled God on high. This time for sure we would. They got hard together. Oh boy. Let's do it. I nodded. Together with Sena. We swung the D-sword down with all of our strength. We did it! And right as we did, a flash of light burst forth. A flash of light that tore the very world asunder. A red light that ripped the night sky in two. A red blade that perhaps might even reach the moon. It blew away everything, turning it all to dust. Together with the invisible barrier surrounding Noah 2, the planetarium was reduced to ashes. A massive impact and shockwave burst through the city. It felt like my body was going to be torn apart. The people standing around us were blown away. Even so, Sena and I held each other upright. We both clutched the baby in our arms, shielding it. We'd used every last drop of power we had left. We didn't think about what came next. As long as we got the cheat code, our wounds would heal. So right now, all we needed to do was destroy Noah 2. With all our heart and soul, we let our power erupt. Sounds dissipated, and the light along with it. And in the center of that ruined city of death, Sena and I stood tall. Sena clung to my body. I leaned against hers, and between us we embraced the bloody baby. I couldn't walk another step. I couldn't make the slightest movement. I didn't have an ounce of strength left.
もういいんだ。悲しいけど、もういいんだ。死んだ人を生き返らせるのなんてエゴでしかないから。チートコードは返そう。
I felt the same way, and because we were alive, we had to live on for the sake of those who had died.
ごめん。
Sena softly and gently embraced the bloody baby.
ごめん。死なせてしまって。ごめん。
Sena and I cried a lot today, but compared to the usual girl who glared at everyone and everything, the girl whose weakness was on display right now was far more beautiful. Post-nut clarity, yeah. Sena's flowing tears were so very beautiful. As those thoughts flowed through my mind, I looked up toward the night sky. We did it, gamers! We did it! We saved the day! All it cost was several people's lives and one baby. Okay, maybe we didn't save the day, but we stopped the government. We stopped the government. Well, specifically Notice, I guess. I think. The city is saved! Yeah. That was all us. We stopped the government and the church. What more do you want from us? You want us to save a baby too? No, you can't have it all. Fuck you. Can't have it all. Talk to Committee Zero. Not Committee Zero. Committee Zero is the translator group or whatever for this. Yeah, talk to any complaints you have, okay? Submit them to Committee 300. Supposedly they can bring people back to life. They can bring back the baby. That's no problem. It's a cheat code. They can bring him back. I believe in them. We did it, gamers. I'm officially a fuhihihi enthusiast. I know, right? It's just... It's so funny. Because of how lame it feels to do it every time. I love it. This music, man. Community Zero, it's Riggs, the head translator. I didn't register it to me at first. I was like, I recognize It's Riggs as like a name before. And he'd been in our chat before in the past when we played Chaos at Noah. And it didn't register to me for a bit that he was the head fan translator for this patch that we're playing this with. It didn't register to me. So, thank you. Thank you to It's Riggs and all the other Community Zero members for the translation that we've been using so far. By the way, it also didn't register to me that It's Riggs is also somebody who I've been following on Twitter for a while, who I think I reached out to at some point for information regarding the Steins Gate videos I was doing. Specifically, it had to do with the... never mind. I'm not going to... It was a anime science thing. I'm happy to report that all errors have been eliminated. I confirmed the disposal of Noah 2 and Norose Genichi.
オリジナルの西条匠は確保済み。虫の息だけどね。コピーの西条匠および畑野瀬名は予定通り任務を実行後共に死んだわ。
RIP. I mean, we had a lot of bullets in us, so that's
今後
understandable.
も引き続き調査は続行するけど、おそらく畑野瀬名も西条匠もエラーは生み出さなかったんでしょ。それでいいんじゃない？私の仕事も減ったことだし。
Why is she talking about errors? I thought she was just investigator lady helping out Bon.
あ、そうそう。ついでに周りをうろちょろしてた天聖信仰会の信者連中も処分しといたから。
Wait, what is she?
先畑リミンには逃げられたみたいだけど、まあ、脅威にはならない。
Is she one of the Committee 300 members?
世界人間牧場計画の予定には若干の修正が必要ね。
Oh, she might just be,
でも、
not a real 300 member, but thinks she's a 300 member, probably.
結果的には300人委員会に何らの不利益も。
She is!
了解。
Oh, she's a debugger. Oh. Okay, so she's a debugger. So she works for the real Committee 300 people. I see.
以後、監視者の役割に戻るわ。
Okay. She is a debugger for the Committee 300, the real committee.
生きてるわね。エラーになっちゃうわ。
Yeah, we got an error. This baby's not supposed to be alive. You gotta take him out.
二人が命を与えたのかしら。見なかったことにします。
Yeah, I didn't see it.
私は独身だし、子供はちょっと苦手なんだけど。ミルクは手に入るかしらね。この渋谷で。
Yeah, she's just like, no, I ain't taking care of that baby. That's not my job. How the fuck would I even get milk here in this situation? Fuck that shit. We did it. We reached the ending. Deus Ex Machina reached. Sena route done. This means we have 2 more routes. Remy and then the true ending. We will be done with Chaos Head, Noah, this week. When exactly, I'm not sure yet. I didn't come up with a schedule for the week yet, but that will probably be posted tonight, if not tomorrow. But we'll be done with this week. It's been a wild ride. We're finally at the final stretch. Let's take a look at the tip for the new thing that we just got. Oh, IC card. A card that has an IC integrated circuit chip built into it. In addition to being used as telephone cards as well as an electronic payment method, contactless IC cards have recently been introduced to public transportation, particularly rail transport, as a contactless alternative to boarding passes. Gladiolus. The bifurcated blade represents, this bifurcated blade represents Sena's own fragile spirit. Despite its intimidating, aggressive design, the sword is actually quite fragile in structure due to it being split into 2 sections. Of course, the normal laws of physics do not apply to D-swords, so in reality, it's not fragile at all. True. True. Look at all these endings listed here that we've achieved. There's only 2 left. We gotta do Remy's, and then we do the true ending. Almost there. Almost there. What does it say percentage-wise? 87% with the album achievement rate. I think that's referring to the CG gallery. All the CGs we get. Let's see, is there any missing on the front page? I don't think so. I think we got all these ones here. All these ones here. Okay, we got a couple locked ones here, here, and here. A couple locked ones. 2 here. We got a lot locked here. These are probably like true ending. Oh no, actually they might be from the Remy route. Because we see the Sena route here. And then you see the Yua route here. And this might be the true ending stuff. And then it looks like there's a CG for each of the swords. Each of the swords. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming to hang out. Let's see who's online. Who's on the things? Peak Gaming. Peak Gaming this week. We're gonna be doing Chaos and Noah, continuing Halo 2. I don't know what else we're gonna do, but we'll see here. Following. Okay, go hang out. Oh, wait, hold on. Bye, you have a good night, day. Thank you so much for hanging out. Dango. I'm sending you guys over to Trick or Sweets. Go hang out with Ruri. She's playing Super Mario 64. Let's do that. Okay, let's do it. Go, 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 go. Is it doing the thing? I'm attempting to do the button. I'm attempting to do the button that Twitch supposedly has to let you do this. Bye, everybody. Stay safe. Have a good night. And I will probably see you guys tomorrow night. So stay safe. Bye. Bye.